Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome. Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota who loses other people's cases on the regular. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Thank you for joining me tonight. I'm not late. I was right on time. Or maybe my clock's... I don't know. I thought I was on time. Maybe the delay got it. Maybe the delay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So we are here tonight, and I'm not going to do the longest intro I've ever done. We're going to do a little bit of an intro, but not the longest one ever. We are here, of course, to finish the deposition of Vic Mignogna. Someone asked me why there's beef on Vic's thumbnail. Well, come on. Don't do this to me. We are going to finish up this. I'm not going to boomer the order of the videos today. So to eliminate the problem of the videos being boomered yesterday, I have not even opened a video today. I have been waiting the entire time so that I make sure I open the correct one, which is the next to last video. I'm looking at it right now. It's right in the middle, right there. I'm pointing at it. You can't see this, but I am pointing at it with some purpose, and I am going to open the correct video. I will not have the other video open like I did yesterday and just go ahead and accidentally play the wrong one. That's not going to happen. What we will do today, we will actually go through the full final two videos. So it is 2 hours. This might be a little bit of a longer show. We will have obviously seen the 24 minutes of video that I played yesterday, but I want to go back through that with the context of what happened before, because I think there's something important in there. Brief preview on the rest of the week. Tomorrow will be a case status update with Ty Beard. He will not be talking in depth about the case or anything like that, but he will talk about where the case is, what they're doing, like what's in motion right now, what is moving in this thing. Obviously, there's the TCPA, there's the special exceptions motion hearing that should have happened tomorrow that got canceled today. There's all sorts of stuff going on. There's what happens with the other defendants? What are their timelines? What did you think about depositions? These are all valid questions that we can kind of cover. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. That's for y'all. Lots of people have asked me for a status update on the case, and I thought it was a good time in getting Ty on to kind of give his impression of where things are. And he and I might talk in some hypotheticals as well about looking at the case from the other side. That I thought that might be useful. And there's a reason for that, is that if your attorney is not considering what the other side is doing, are they doing a good job? I don't know. No, they're not. That's something you need to figure out. So we're going to definitely do that tomorrow. As for Friday, I don't have a specific show planned, but Friday is the TCPA deadline for Monica and Ron. So I have a feeling we're going to have some documents to look at there. I have a feeling they may drop them tomorrow, and if they do, that's fine. May go through it tomorrow. Depends on how all this plays out, of course, how long Ty has and all that stuff. If they drop it tomorrow, we may do it tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll do it Friday. Still have Meyer versus Wade documents to do, and we will do those sometime, probably this week. We will do those. So oh my goodness. We will take care of that as well. I definitely want to see the update in Meyer versus Wade, but with this deposition stuff, it's taken a whole bunch of time. and you guys seem very, very interested in these deposition videos. So I wanted to make sure we got to them. Let's quickly do the GoFundMe, and then we're going to jump into the deposition video a little bit faster than normal because we have 2 full hours of depo to do. And, you know, let's get it done. Okay, so here is... I'll have to pull it up, I know, just a minute. Here is the GoFundMe. It is still growing very steadily, much to the dismay of everybody. Here we are. Aha! We are at $227,045 as of last I checked, which let me just... Oh, $5 more came in. Vic Mignogna's prostitute blackjack you represent. Oh my God. Come on now. That came up in the last couple minutes. Yes, so even this is a GoFundMe that has even been endorsed by illustrious super lawyer Greg Doucette. He suggests that people donate to the GoFundMe. So even if you are not a fan of Vic Mignogna, even if you hate me, even if you hate Ty Beard, even if you hate all of us and want us all to die in a Russian death camp or something like that, you are still commanded by the bald cuck Lightyear to go ahead and donate to this GoFundMe. Greg Doucette says you have to do it. You should absolutely donate, especially if you hate Vic, because what better way to give Moranica money than to go ahead and donate to the GoFundMe? If you really want to support Monica Rial and Ron Toye, according to T. Greg Doucette, you will donate to Vic's GoFundMe. That is how you can best help them. And I endorse that message. I 100% agree with T. Greg. The best way that you can help them is to go ahead and donate to this GoFundMe, because this GoFundMe, I don't know if anybody knows how much this GoFundMe has done for Monica and Ron. It has exposed the truth. It has brought it out into the light. And they weren't able to do it before. Remember, I mean, they didn't have any tool on earth that could actually disseminate a message of truth to the world until this GoFundMe. And now, because the GoFundMe exists, because they were able to be brought into this lawsuit where finally they were able to tell the truth. They weren't able to before. This is their own words. We want to tell the truth. We want everybody to know the truth. We'll have to do it through court because we just can't stop from lying until court's involved, apparently. So they're very, very welcome. You guys who hate Vic are also very welcome. I'm so glad to bring you the truth of Monica Rial and Ron Toye. I hope to bring that truth of Jamie Marchi and Funimation as soon as possible. God, I can't wait. Can't wait. But in the meanwhile, if you want this train to continue, if you want the truth train to keep coming, just go ahead, girl. Hit that donate now button. Hit that donate now. Just give it a little. I mean, if you want to hit a little harder, that's okay too. You want to spank that GoFundMe donate button. Just get it. Just get it. So anyway, that's my pitch for the GoFundMe. Let's take a look at these names. Let's take a good look at these names. All right. Okay, I'm gonna have to recenter this. You guys are giving me a problem. There are too many funny names. There are too many funny names. So, I am a father. You're right. There are too many funny names. So I'm doing my best. Genuinely trying to find as many that make me laugh. So hopefully they'll make you laugh. But I encourage you, of course, there are funny names that I don't get to, that I either I miss them or they're funny, but they're a copy. So go check them out. Check out the GoFundMe page as much as you want and read those names. They're coming in all the time. So here we go. Nick Rekieta's time traveling deposition videos. I had to, a little bit of self-deprecation. Jurors who definitely aren't bitter about having to hear 6 hours of deposition through a tracheotomy. There's lots of Jay Sean and Jadolf the Fuhrer ones. Führer Jadolf, my mother is in Area 51, Lemoine. Jay Sean's notice of intent to subpoena and intent to notice. I like that one. That one makes me happy. Chris Rager's, oh God, Chris Rager's micro penis inside Josh Martin is disgusting. Shame on whoever wrote that. Shame on it. Hide your mosquitoes because Führer is coming to West Nile, everybody. Cancel Nick for his for he is a turbo boomer who made us lose 24 minutes of our lives. And Carrie will behave once Casey is in the grave in Minecraft. These three all came in right in a row. So that, see, this is what I'm talking about. There's a bunch of funny ones coming. Slow Death by Jadolf ASMR. Casey's corpse was Minecrafted by Carrie. You'll behave in the grave. Lemoyne thinks Jesse Pridemore is a con slut. This one was second place, and it was only second place because the first place one was so great. Lemoyne's con slut premium Twitch subscription. I am still baffled. I am still baffled. Have you ever heard the expression con slut? Can you give me a list of names of con sluts I would, with their phone numbers and their emails and maybe their Snapchats? I would like to talk to some of them, please. Do you know any con sluts I can hang out with? You seem like you might be able to hang out with. Like what was this? And then finally, honorable mention goes to this guy. For 3 times in a row. First, here's his first one's on the bottom. Shane's chair that's shown more genuine signs of abuse than Monica Rial or any of Vic's Alleg. Shane's chair that's shown more genuine signs of abuse than Monica Rial. He added a comma here, or any of other of Vic's Alleg. So he ran out of characters there. Shane's chair showing more signs of abuse than any other alleged victims. Boomered super hard. How? Oh, it was killing me. It was killing me. Sorry. I found that very, very funny. Very, very entertaining. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for entertaining me with these names, and of course for your much appreciated donations to the GoFundMe. Yeah, just remember every dollar into the it's definitely going right into Monica and Ron's pocket with the judgment that they don't have yet, and with the assets that they won't be able to just get. Yeah, just that's definitely going to happen. It is. If anybody knows how things work, it's T. Greg Doucette, and if anybody knows how to collect on these judgments in Texas, it's T. Greg. He clearly understands how GoFundMe's work because he's GoFunded his own CPAP schmear and all of that to the tune of triple. I mean, why turn it off when you're getting free money from people for no reason, right? Why do that? I mean, it's wire fraud when someone says, send money to someone for so they can defend themselves legally. But it's not wire fraud to accept $9,000 to pay for a $800 CPAP machine. So, I wanted to put Vic's face up because you guys tend to appreciate Vic's face. I wanted to put his face up before we get started. I'm going to read a couple super chats, and then we're going to get going. We'll do this as efficiently as possible. So here we go. Cerulean. Wait, no. Before that. Dreyfon says, Nick, help. I gave my sheepdog a chew toy, and now he only fetches snacks. Oh, no. A chew toy. Okay, there you go. And now he only fetches snacks. Fantastic. Adam GBK1 says, I'm suing you for damages to my sleeping pattern. I live in the UK, but for some reason I wake up at 4:56. Dang you, Nick. Grift too strong. Ethan Hunt says, the case is lost, friends. Once Marchi rolls up in court with a snapback turned sideways and raps her testimony, the judge will fall in love with her sense of humor and dismiss the case. Well fought, but we have to concede. I agree. That's how this is decided. Cerulean Boy says, girlfriend sees me watching Vic Depo. Oh, is that guy you've been talking about? Girlfriend looks up his roles. Oh my god, he's Tamaki? He's handsome AF. Wait, how old is he? Damn. If we ever meet him, I'm doing him. And so are you. Oh, flattering for Vic. Ben Mendoza says, did you hear? Games Workshop are working on a Warhammer 40k Eisenhorn TV show. I told Lady Rackets that I will return to TV. I will return to TV soon, and she's stuck watching it. And it's the guys who did Man in the High Castle, so it might actually be well produced. Of course, it'll be shouted down as some sort of fascistic Nazi throwback, because people don't understand anything. Demon Ralph says, first super chat here, and I also donated 2 times to the GoFundMe. Hey, thank you. When it started and again last week. Thank you for doing this for Vic and our community. You're an amazing person, Nick. Oh, thank you. I'm just a humble man who insults people on the internet. And enjoys every single second of it. Every single second of it. Oh my God. And I have some ideas. Man, do I have some ideas for some other people out there. Tassius says, hey, Nick, got a question. In Depo, Monica said she didn't provide an email because it didn't mention Vic by name. How do you demand discovery if you feel it is incomplete but don't know what to ask for specifically? How to know? You just ask for it again. And actually, I think that email was probably covered. They haven't provided much of anything. That's the trick. They haven't provided much of anything. Their discovery responses are extremely lacking. Extremely lacking. Ishailson says, reminder when Rial cried, it took no time to be back to normal. When Vic cried over Broly being the third highest movie, it took about 6 minutes for him to stop the sniffles and pauses. It's clear who really had emotion. The Texan 83 says, and we'll see that again today. Texan 83, this is the last one before we get started, says, hey, Nick, if Vic is so powerful to get his name on a box instead of the main character VA, how come he could get his name on Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, where he literally voices the title character? Couldn't. Very curious. It is very curious. So there's that. All right, guys. I think it's time. I want to check. How many people do we have in here? Okay, good. More people are going to filter in, of course, but go ahead, by the way, please do me a favor. Slap that like button and let's get this audience kicked up as we jump into this deposition, and we're going to get it started right now.
And we're back on the record for the beginning of disc number 5. The time is 3:37.
Mr. Mignogna, I'm going to show you what pre-marked Exhibit 9.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. Lemoyne is still here for a little bit, so, but we need to enjoy all the time we have left with him.
Put that in the binder, that's the... Or keep it in front of you, up to you.
My name has an additional G in it, but
oh, I'm sorry.
People have missed it for a long, long time, so it doesn't matter at all.
You're very famous. You're so famous that I can't pronounce your name. That's due to the West Nile, but I also can't spell it. That's due to how famous you are.
My apologies.
No worries. I just want to let you know.
So, put together the timeline just to kind of show start to finish, or not start to finish, but start. You would agree with me that this firestorm kind of kicks off on January 16, 2019.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then by January 2019 is when the GoFundMe announcement occurs.
I'm sorry?
February 19th is when the GoFundMe announcement occurs.
If you say so. I don't remember dates like specifically, but
okay.
Yes.
And then along the way, you're losing convention invites. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there any other business besides invitations to cons that you lost that you can point to?
Well, I mean, there were at least 7 or 8 recurring roles at Funimation that I'd been playing for many, many years. I lost those, and any future recording sessions of those shows. I lost the recurring character that I was playing for Rooster Teeth. And I'm sure there are, other repercussions, ripples that I might even never know about.
And the Rooster Teeth termination, we don't know why that occurred. We just know it occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the Funimation termination, we don't.
Oh, he said GoFundMe. I missed it, but real quick, here's the GoFundMe. Let's hit refresh, read the top name. We'll get right back to it. Tamara Holloway, thank you. Just now, $5. We're at 227,095. Back to it. Thank you.
Know why that occurred either.
Well, we can only assume based on the three stories that the three incidents that Tammy?
Yes, Tammy Denbo.
Yes, sir. That Tammy asked about.
Okay.
I don't understand why he has to do this in his microphone.
Are you familiar with?
You're on the records. Excuse me.
Sure.
Yes,
Are
sir,
you
go ahead.
familiar with something called rumor panels?
No. In what context, sir?
In context of panel discussions at cons, they're, I guess, called rumor panels.
No, sir. I did a panel many, many years ago at a convention about rumors about me because I wanted to dispel them. They were baseless and without substance, and I knew that people had questions, and I wanted to address them.
Is that the only rumor panel that you've ever done?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what con that was at?
No, not offhand. It was a long time ago.
And what was the purpose of the rumor panel?
As I said, I knew that there were rumors and gossip online, and I knew that fans had questions about it, and I wanted to dispel the rumors.
All right, I'll show you what we're going to mark as Exhibit 21. I'll represent to you that Exhibit 21 is a post on the internet I pulled off, or somebody pulled off on with a date of 4/20/2010. It references a TekoshaCon rumor
Which is in
panel.
Pittsburgh. TekoshaCon is Pittsburgh.
All right, does that refresh your recollection that that's what that the rumor panel you did was at TekoshaCon in Pittsburgh?
Yes, sir. I suppose, yes. I only did one, and I didn't remember the panel, the convention, and this says TekoshaCon, and which I know is a Pittsburgh convention, so I'm going to assume that's the one.
All right, are you aware of any other voice actors that have ever done rumor panels?
I don't know. There hundreds of voice actors do hundreds of panels at hundreds of conventions. I don't know what their schedules are. I don't know what they do.
Okay, but you've never heard of anybody doing a rumor panel besides you?
I've never asked. I mean, I've never inquired. I don't know.
And so the rumor panel is designed for you to talk about rumors and address them. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, actually, if I may say so, it wasn't designed to be that type of panel. It was a normal Q&A session, and I ended up, I think maybe somebody even might have asked a question about something, and I answered it, and it kind of continued in a vein of, you've heard this, or you've heard this, and it became that, but it wasn't like advertised that way.
Can you just fairly say that rumor panels were created by the anime gods just to make you admit that you're a rapist, please? Please say that.
Do you recall at this rumor panel in TekoshaCon addressing the issue of you being homophobic?
Yes, sir. It's outrageous.
And that was, and is that a rumor that has kind of dogged you even after that rumor panel?
Yes, sir.
And is that rumor that you're homophobic, does that hurt your professional reputation?
Well, it certainly doesn't help it.
And if you turn to page 2.
And for the record, I am not remotely homophobic.
Okay. Turn to page 2 of Exhibit 21.
Was he trying to give Jason some hope?
Third sentence down in the top paragraph, if you slide over, it reads, Vic also reveals that he encouraged Britt and her friends to attack Kosfu and 4chan about these stories, and that he set up a PayPal account which demanded video proof of Vic being drunk in exchange for $100. That ring a bell?
Yes, sir. I'm going to clarify, though. You see, this is somebody's words, not mine. I didn't encourage someone to attack anybody.
Okay.
I will tell you what happened, if I may, Sean.
Sure.
There are all these rumors. I saw Vic falling down drunk, stumbling around a convention. Well, there are dozens of cameras rolling at all times. I've never been stumbling drunk in my life, ever on the planet Earth. And these rumors, made up by fans just looking to get attention, were more and more frustrating. And so I told one of my friends, why don't we set up a PayPal, and anyone who can provide video evidence of me stumbling around drunk at a convention, I'll give them $100.
Okay.
Suffice to say, nobody ever claimed it because it never happened.
All right, and during this rumor panel, did you encourage people to go on sites and tell everybody that they were wrong about you?
I encouraged people that were my friends and supporters to be supportive.
And have you had, between the KoshiCon panel and the January 19th discussion you had with the Risen Bowl Rangers, have you ever done that in between in the last 9 years?
Not that I recall.
Would you say that you do this often? I mean, twice in the last 9 years, I would characterize as a number of times. And so you often tell your fans to murder other people.
Actually, I kind of got used to it after a while. You know, the first time it happened, I tried to address it, and then I just kind of came to terms with the fact that there are people out there who are going to say what they want to say from the anonymity and safety of their laptops at home, and I can't do anything about it. So I just stopped addressing it.
And what would you say are the rumors that have kind of persisted?
Well, this is one of the biggest ones, that I'm homophobic. Although there's not 1 ounce of evidence. No, I would challenge anyone to provide any public comment or attitude or anything that ever proves that I've been rude or cruel or hateful or mean or ever made a homophobic remark. I have several friends that are gay. There are many friends of mine that worked on my Star Trek production who are gay. I attended a transsexual friend's wedding.
I'll show you what we're going to mark as Exhibit 14.
When you say you have a gay friend, it means you're homophobic. How could you count? I have all gay friends, only gays.
Do you recognize Exhibit 14 as the tweet you sent out on January 20th, 2019?
Yes, sir. This was the first response that I made 4 days after based on the date, 4 days after the social media thing began.
And this is the tweet that you put out the day after you had the discussion on the Risen Bull Rangers website about encouraging people to go out and talk about you in positive light.
I don't remember the dates. Again, I was in quite a distressed place at this point, and I don't remember when. I wasn't going to respond. As I said just a minute ago, I had kind of gotten to the point where, you know what, don't encourage it, don't respond. And so for the first several days, I didn't respond. And then this was the first public response.
Now, you kind of apologize in that letter to people you've made feel uncomfortable. Was there anybody in particular you were thinking, or is it just more of a generic?
No, it was generic. It was the idea of somebody that I might have hugged for a photo that didn't say anything at the time, but of course they went home and posted about how they didn't appreciate it or something, and I apologize to those people for not being sensitive to that.
Now, were there allegations floating around after January 16, 2019 that you were a pedophile?
Well, people have been throwing that word around for,
For what?
well, just for a while.
About you?
Yes.
For how long?
I don't know.
I mean, when's the first time you can recall?
I don't recall. Like I said, there are people out there that see me hugging someone for a photo in front of 300 other people and 25 video cameras. It's purely for the photo, and they decide somehow that I'm a pedophile. There is no evidence of that. There's no proof of it. There are no charges. There are no convictions.
Well, would you agree that you are a pedophile? Also, I'm pausing the video because people told me not to. I don't know why you don't understand. I'm not going to just let the video play because you're here for commentary. Oh, and also because you can't watch it anywhere else. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Of course, he's trying to, again, this line of argument is very curious. He's trying to argue that these allegations were out there forever, that all of this stuff is that their accusations are based on all of this stuff. But we've seen the depositions of both Monica and Ron. What are their accusations really based on? If you listen to Monica, it's my hotel room story. My hotel room story that where I was kissed and I went along with it. That traumatized me, and because it had happened to me, and I thought it had only happened the one time to me and not to anybody else. No one else has ever been kissed and went along with it. But once I found out that other people had been kissed and went along with it, I just had to come out and ruin his career. I had to do that. And then, of course, what was Ron's testimony?
Well, after I knew what he did to my fiance, I had to act up.
Because their defense is not congruent with their testimony. The defense is that they're relying on these reports, hundreds of women, all of these things are coming up, all of this other stuff, and look at all these articles that we provided. Toye, did you see this article? No. This article? Don't recall. This article? Don't recall. Did you contribute to this article? Don't recall. Did you talk to this person? Don't recall. It all comes back to what he did to my fiance with Monica, what they did in what he did in my hotel room. That's the crux of their thing. Jay Sean is trying to create this controversy here, but their testimony doesn't back it up. And that is not going to help him at the TCPA, and it's not going to help him when it goes past the TCPA. So, just to be clear.
It's just salacious.
And have any of the defendants, to your knowledge, ever accused you of being a pedophile?
Not to my knowledge.
Shay, we're going to mark as Exhibit 15. The second email, Exhibit 15, that is the apology that you wrote, or not the apology, but the letter you wrote to Monica Rial on February 8th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
Right, and you did you have anybody help you draft this?
I bounced it off a couple friends of mine before I sent it.
And who did you bounce it off of?
My friend Jeff Johnson.
Anybody else?
Not that I can think of.
At the time you wrote this, you had, it's your testimony that you had no idea that Mrs. Rial had accused you of inviting her to your room, and forcing yourself on her.
I never forced myself on her.
Did you do anything? Did you kiss, make out with, or have any type of sexual interaction with Ms. Rial at any point in time?
If I understand correctly, this this is from 11 years ago, and I don't have any specific recollection. But what I can tell you is that I have had hundreds of interactions with Monica over the years since, and no indication whatsoever that I ever did anything that upset or offended her.
Has she ever been in your hotel room in the last 8 years?
Sir, we've done dozens of conventions together. We have been friends, and I don't know any specific times, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case.
Right. I'm
Wait,
gonna
what was
object
that
as
question?
non-responsive. Let me see if I can.
Together, upset or offended her.
Has she ever been in your hotel room in the last 8 years?
Sir, we've done dozens of conventions together. We have been friends, and I don't know any specific times, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case.
Right. I'm going to object as non-responsive. Let me see if I can.
I wouldn't be surprised if she were, because we've done many, many, many events together.
As you sit here today, since in the last 8 years, can you identify any time that you recall Mrs. Rial being alone with you in your hotel room?
Is she married now, Mrs.
Object as
Rial?
non-responsive.
I'm just saying I believe it's Miss Rial. No, I don't.
Sorry. First of all, Jay Sean wrecked. Second of all, Toye on life support. Is she married? Because I believe it's Miss Rial. Oh God, brutal. Remember that this is. Let me see here. Let me take a gander. We've got. Here we go. Oh, I can't easily see. We've got. He's over 4 hours into this deposition. He has been dealing with this idiot for 4 straight hours. And if you don't think that wears on you, of course it does. This guy has asked him very inappropriate personal questions, and believe me, asking about his divorce, or not his divorce, his I guess his infidelity during his engagement to Michelle Specht. That's not an appropriate or relevant question. That has nothing to do with any of the rumors that have gone on. Not a single thing has happened that would make that a relevant question. Same with the prostitute question. Lemoyne has gone places in this deposition that are irrelevant to the case, and he's done so specifically to get Vic angry. Vic has dealt with that for over 4 hours at this point. So yeah, he's a little salty for sure. And this line of questioning is just stupid. Can you identify the date and time and hotel room number and maybe the city and the GPS coordinates of the bathroom of the hotel room you were in where Monica was in there with you?
Recall any specific events, specific times?
And you don't actually have a specific recollection of her ever being in your room?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. So at the point in time when you wrote this email in February 2019, you were really struggling to figure out why she was upset with you.
Yes, sir.
And she hadn't gone public with that in any way.
Oh, she had alluded to it publicly, but she had not given any specifics, which is why I said I really want to know what it was that, you know. I am embarrassed to say that I honestly don't know. I hope you will share it with me so that I may sincerely apologize. Apparently she wasn't interested in any apology, because the beginning of this, she writes another actress at Funimation and says, "This is what he always does. It's disgusting." I guess she wasn't interested in any kind of sincere interaction.
Object is non-responsive, made to strike. There's no question on the table. Show you what we pre-marked as Exhibit 20. to represent to you that what Exhibit 20 is. It's what's called written discovery, and it's an interrogatory where each side gets to ask the other side certain questions, and these are questions that your attorneys asked of Mrs. Rial. And what I want to do is go through some of her answers and get your comment on it. So I want to start on page 5 of Exhibit 20.
Yes, sir.
Interrogatory number 4.
Should I pull these up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Interrogatory number 4 has a request about some point in time which you grabbed or kissed Mrs. Rial in a hotel room in the mid-2000s. As we sit here right now before reading your response, do you have any recollection of any type of interaction in your hotel room with Ms. Rial where you kissed her?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So if you look at the first bullet point, it says plaintiff grabbed and kissed defendant without defendant's consent on Sunday, November 4th, 2017. 2007. While plaintiff and defendant were both attending Izumicon, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Any recollection of that?
No, sir. That was 12 years ago.
Okay. If you turn to page 6.
Here, real quick, just so you guys can actually see this, let's give me 1 second. We'll pull this up for you guys, and we'll here. I'll pull this document up, so because we should probably see what else is in that. Almost there. 1 second. Okay. All right. Here we go. So you guys can see what the responses actually were, because he only read the first part of it. All right. So here's this thing. So plaintiff grabbed and kissed defendant without defendant's consent on Sunday, November 4th, 2007, while plaintiff and defendant were both attending a Izumicon in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. After several, remember how her story has changed, right? After several other guests had left Oklahoma City, Stan Dolan, one of the convention chairmen, invited plaintiff and defendant to dinner. Plaintiff requested that defendant accompany plaintiff to plaintiff's hotel room to view plaintiff's fan film called Full Metal Fantasy. Mr. Dolan stated that he would collect us both for dinner from plaintiff's hotel room. Okay, so that's consistent. Plaintiff played the video as promised while defendant stood to watch the video. But plaintiff soon grabbed defendant by the upper arms and began aggressively kissing defendant. Defendant attempted to resist, but plaintiff physically restrained defendant and pushed defendant backward toward the bed. Plaintiff climbed on top of defendant and held her down as he continued to aggressively kiss defendant. Plaintiff continued in this fashion for several minutes, despite defendant's fear and shock, until Mr. Dolan knocked on plaintiff's hotel door. Plaintiff left defendant on the bed and hurriedly answered the door. Mr. Dolan inquired whether defendant was okay, clearly noticing distress. Defendant, however, was too shocked and afraid to admit what had occurred. Following dinner, plaintiff forced defendant to speak with plaintiff's longtime fiancé on the telephone, and plaintiff spoke with his fiancé as if nothing had happened. How? Now, really, really quickly, let's analyze the story from the testimony that she gave under oath and deposition, and interrogatory responses are also under oath. So having an inconsistent story here in a material way might be called perjury. So in the other story, when Mr. Dolan answered the door, allegedly Monica covered her face because she didn't want him to see, even though he clearly noticed distress and asked if she was okay on this story. That didn't happen on the other story. Now, in the other story, what isn't said here, of course, is that she said he he made her speak with his fiance on the phone in the balcony of his hotel room, implying that they went back to his hotel room after dinner. So he must have had a gun or knife or something to force her to accompany him back to his hotel room after dinner so that he could force her to talk to his fiance. That seems to be the plan. This is good. This is good. This will be great. Having major inconsistencies there. And of course, stay tuned. Oh yeah, does she say attempted to resist in this one? Defendant attempted to resist, and in her other story, she just went along with it. Stay tuned. I can't wait to hear what Stan Dolan has to say. What about you guys? Because he doesn't seem to know what's going on with this. I mean, he posted on Twitter that he didn't even really seem to know his friends were in a lawsuit or anything like that. And suddenly his name is dropped, and he's very, very curious as to what's going on. So, here, let me move this over here so I can, just in case we need something else from there. But I think it's always good to have a nice contrast in the story. I mean, it's not good to have a contrast in your stories, but when there is a contradiction, we can contrast it with what's written and what's spoken. So here we go.
First bullet point at the top of page 6. So plaintiff played the video as promised while defendant stood to watch the video, but plaintiff soon grabbed defendant by the upper arms and began aggressively kissing defendant. Defendant attempted to resist, but plaintiff physically restrained defendant, pushed defendant backward toward the bed. Plaintiff climbed on top of defendant and held her down as he continued to aggressively kiss defendant. That happened?
No, sir.
You're sure that didn't happen?
Yes, sir.
Boom. One thing I forgot to mention about this, and I've had this happen with in court hearings as well. Monica watched this. Monica's watching this via live stream right now next to Jamie Marchi. They're watching his story. They're watching him read her story. She has this document. She wrote it, allegedly. And then she answers differently in deposition. Very, very frustrating, I bet, for her attorneys.
Second bullet point on page 6, plaintiff continued in this fashion for several minutes, despite defendant's...
Several minutes. What was Ms. Real doing at this time?
Get the question out.
Sorry, I apologize.
Sure.
I apologize. This is the first I read this. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So I'm going to start over with the bullet point. Plaintiff continued in this fashion for several minutes, despite defendant's fear and shock, until Mr. Dolan knocked on plaintiff's hotel door. Plaintiff left defendant on the bed and hurriedly answered the door. Mr. Dolan inquired whether defendant was okay, clearly noticing distress. Defendant, however, was too shocked and afraid to admit what had occurred. And you dispute that, right?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. The third bullet point, following dinner, plaintiff forced defendant to speak with plaintiff's longtime fiancée on the telephone, and plaintiff spoke with his fiancée as if nothing happened. Recall that?
No, sir.
And your fiancée at the time would have been Mrs. Specht.
Michelle Specht.
Now, prior to today, have you seen that description from Ms. Real in any...
I'm sorry, say that again, sir.
Prior to today, have you seen or heard that description from Ms. Real online or anywhere?
I know of the story that she posted online back when she originally posted it, but there are more details here than there were in her original story. Like, I don't believe on the online story she didn't say anything about when or where. She didn't say anything about Stan Dolan. She didn't say anything about putting her on the phone. By the way, I just don't even understand a lot of it. So,
again, imagine having to read this. Your friend of 20 years is suddenly accusing you of sexually assaulting her 12 years ago, in graphic detail, with details that you can't even remember. That's got to be devastating.
Have you ever grabbed Miss Real's hair and pulled it back and whispered into her ears before?
Whispered what?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
I'm not asking for what you whispered. I'm asking.
Well, you asked if I did. I don't recall whispering anything.
Do you recall grabbing her by the back of the hair and pulling her hair?
I recall doing that not in a violent or hurtful way, but in a playful way. Miss Rial used to be a hairdresser. She's always kind of changing her hairstyles over the years and coloring cool colors, and I always used to comment on how much I loved her hair or her new hairstyle. It's really disingenuous to use the term pulling hair, too, because it just has a connotation of being somehow violent, and it was never that.
But you did put your hands on her and pull her hair.
Yes, sir.
And you've done that more than once?
I did not pull her hair. And again, we were friends. It was all in casual interaction. And I was never, if she had have ever told me, please don't do that again, I wouldn't have ever done it again.
And is that something you've done with other women in the past, where you pull their hair just playfully as part of just who you are?
Objection form.
I would definitely say it has probably happened before in playful interaction with people, but not very often.
This is to be truthful. Again, truth. I don't like this answer. This answer I don't think is fatal to the case in any sort of way, because what the argument is that he has touched hair ever. Has he ever touched hair? That's what he's talking about, touching hair, maybe fingers in hair. What they're talking about is a more aggressively sexual encounter with a grab and a tug and all of this stuff. He doesn't seem to recall any specific instances of it, and I would have wanted him in that case to say, I don't recall. They will home in on this answer out of the entire deposition in their TCPA, and they're going to say, see, because he said he touched her hair, that means he raped her in a hotel room. And that's what they're going to go with. That's the only thing that they've really got here. Like I said, I don't think it's fatal. I just, personally, I would say, if you don't remember grabbing someone's hair and pulling them in close, or pulling their hair in a specific way, then you don't remember doing it. Don't admit to it. That would have been my advice. But, here we go.
I'm sure we're going to mark as Exhibit 16. Exhibit 16, a true and correct copy of a tweet that you sent out on February 13th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the third paragraph, it talks about your colleagues and that there was animosity that you didn't know existed. Who are you referencing there? Who are your colleagues?
I'm referencing any of the voice actors who not only posted, but those who liked or supported the people that did. People that for the last 15 years of my work at Funimation have seen me in the hallways and even worked with me in productions and been nothing but friendly and kind and jovial, and I never had any idea that there was any animosity.
Anybody you can specifically identify?
Well, I'm sure you can find them by who posted, who liked the tweets.
But nobody, as we sit here today, off the top of your head.
Well, I'm certain I was referring to Monica, probably Jamie, and I know that Chris Sabat, Sean Schimmel, and
Can't rape Sabat if he doesn't have hair.
a few other voice actors liked and commented on some of this, and I was quite dumbfounded when I found out. I'm like, oh my goodness! Like I cast this guy in my show, and he was all friendly and and jovial and best buddies, and now he's online joining in on this. It was surprising.
Was it just a total shock to you that these people were coming out that have known you for all these years and
Yes, sir.
and just don't know why they would do that?
Yes, sir.
Did you seek the help of a counselor at any time on or
Objection, privileged. I'll answer.
well, why is it privileged? I'm asking him what the counselor talked
That's
about.
true. That's true. Fair enough. Fair enough. You can answer yes or no.
Have you
Sure.
sought the help of a counselor prior to February 13th, but with regard to this whole issue?
I don't remember the date specifically, but I was in a great deal of distress and needed to talk to somebody, and I started seeing a counselor.
So February 13th, kind of the last paragraph, you talk about you don't want anyone to be hateful to anybody else. Why did you make that statement? Were you aware of something that was going on?
Well, because I knew that there was a lot of what's the word?
Vitriol.
Friction. You know what I mean? There was a lot of growing friction. It was just building, and I didn't want any of that. I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't start any of it. I was living my life, and suddenly, out of nowhere, this stuff starts. I merely responded to it.
And have you posted that type of statement anywhere else since then?
I have said that statement several times in events that I've attended since this publicly, and I'm quite certain there are many videos online of me encouraging people to be kind and positive and be known for being a purveyor of good as opposed to negativity.
Yeah, hey, Lemoyne, let me let you know something. Vic would likely hate me for not hate me, hate that. I will call your clients giant sacks of dog shit. Lying sacks of dog shit. That Monica is one of the worst people on earth for weaponizing a fake assault story, for weaponizing a lie to ruin someone over jealousy because she can't succeed. Because she has a cuck little boyfriend that probably doesn't please her, which is why they haven't been married for 4 years, and she can't even remember that they've been engaged for 4 years because he's that embarrassing to be with. That your clients are the scum of the earth, that they're the worst type of people because what they want is their opposition killed. They want them dead and in the ground. They want them starving. They want them out of work. They want them to be poor. They want them to be homeless, and they want them to die. Your clients are the worst people in America in 2019. They are the social justice mob. And if you don't like that it's social justice, I don't care what kind of mob it is. That's just what they happen to be a part of. They are the mob that goes after people's jobs because of their thoughts and because of their speech. And they pull on these crocodile tears. Actually, they can't pull out the tears because it's all fake. They're liars and they're cowards. They're terrible people. They're terrible people. They should be excised from society for the cancer that they are. Vic would hate that. He's never endorsed it. But guess what? Vic doesn't control anything I say or anything anyone on YouTube says or anything any of his fans say. He can just offer encouragement. And that's on Vic. Your clients being the scum of the earth is on them.
What is it that Jamie Marchi has done to defame you?
Wow. Apart from mischaracterizing a very casual, brief interaction in public and the lobby at Funimation, she publicly posted that and then went on to say that she wanted my head on a stake and wanted my balls in a sling, and has posted many, many extremely vitriolic comments.
And how's that defamatory?
Because she's a voice actress in my industry. And people will tend to give her more credence because they think, oh, well, she knows him. She must, her words must carry more weight than some fan, some miscellaneous fan out there.
So, what was it exactly that she mischaracterized? Or took out of context?
She mischaracterized. My memory of the event with Jamie was that I had come in to record one day at Funimation, and I was in the lobby, and she was there, and she had just changed her hair somehow. She was wearing it differently, or she had cut it somehow, probably as far away as I am from Casey. And she said, "Hey, hon," and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I love your hair." And she's like, "I know, I just got it." And I walked around the counter, and I was kind of standing there, kind of flipping it, and like, "Oh my gosh, it's really beautiful. I love it." And I put my hand up in the bottom of it, and I'm like, "Oh, this is great." It was not painful. It was not hurtful. It was not sexual. And it happened at least 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer. And if I may say, I saw Jamie in the lobby at Funimation in January of this year, literally a week to 10 days before this social media thing started. And she's like, "Hey, hon," and went over and hugged her and said hello. She and I have had, as far as I've known, a very casual, friendly relationship for many, many years. And I was astounded by her account online.
Okay, what we've just learned from that is that all voice actors are apparently coding gay, so that's good, even the women. So there you go. Vic is clearly not homophobic. This is the admission, right? Here it is. Here's the admission of Vic touching Marchi's hair. Now, this is, I believe, what Sam Johnson is going to hone in on later and say, this is the clip we saw from tomorrow that idiots like Shane Holmberg and T. Greg Doucette, who's really just mad that no one is running fingers through his non-existent hair. What they're honing in on is somehow slam dunk victories for all of the defendants. They're not slam dunk victories at all. That admission is weak sauce at best. It's him admitting to touching her hair, demonstrating at arm's length that there's nothing about grabbing and pulling her in. There's no sexual whisper in the ear. There's none of that occurs, right? It's him reaching out and touching her hair. And I know I'm going to get categorized as spinning it, but what I'm telling you is Vic's version of the story that he just told. So if that's a spin, then that's a spin. If that's a spin, then you've got a pre-existing bias that Vic is guilty and you're a piece of shit anyway. Mike Dunford. So, which we all knew because we looked at your picture and could tell immediately where you would be on this. If you could lick up the drippings of someone else's sexual encounter, you probably would. So let's not mince words here. That's not an admission to grabbing someone's hair, pulling them in close, whispering something sexual into their ear, and then being shoved off with some sort of invective commentary. We know it's pretty obvious none of that ever actually happened to anybody, because none of these people have treated Vic like he's done some sort of assaultive behavior to him. None of them have taken that upon themselves. Despite Monica, again, well, it happened the one time and I chose to forgive him. Well, what about all the hair times that you say are literally constant? Aren't those more than the one time? Isn't this a pattern of behavior that you're describing? But it didn't matter to you until now. Why? Why didn't it matter until now? That's the question.
And the account online is that you pulled her hair?
And that I pulled her hair and that I whispered something sexual in her ear, which absolutely is not true. I have not ever had any sexual interest in Jamie.
BTFO.
But Miss Marchi certainly wouldn't be the first woman whose hair you've pulled.
No, we've established that. But I would take issue with the word pulling hair.
Right.
That sounds like something you do in a fight with somebody, and that is not the intent, ever. Nor do I believe they took it that way at the time.
Are there any conventions that you can point to as you sit here today that you had an actual contract with that were terminated as a result of this firestorm?
Yes.
All right, which ones are they?
Phoenix Comic-Con. I'm fairly certain I had a contract with a couple of Informa shows, and my understanding is that Informa told my agent that one of their sponsors put pressure on them to cancel me. I do not know for a fact, but one of their sponsors, big sponsors, is Funimation. So, it would seem possible to me that Funimation put pressure on Informa to drop me from the shows that I was scheduled for. That would be MegaCon, Fan Expo, Toronto, Dallas Comic-Con. I think those are the three that come to mind.
All right, but no one's ever told you that it was something that Funimation did that caused you
No
to
one
lose
used the word Funimation, no.
All right, did they
I might look into it a little further, though.
All right. Did any of those, within this conversation, did anyone tell you that it was anything that the three individual defendants said or did that caused you to lose those cons?
Kamea-Con did.
But we've established you got to go to Kamea-Con, right?
Only after a great deal of back and forth. I was originally canceled, even though I had a contract, because of pressure put on by them and threats. I have also been told, again, I don't know specifics, not yet anyway, that there are other events that the defendants have contacted and encouraged not to have me, or said they weren't going to come and they were going to try to get their other voice actor friends not to come if I was there.
And who told you that?
I don't recall at the time. I don't recall right now.
Do you know what cons that they allegedly, the individual defendants allegedly called?
Not as I sit here today, sir.
Do you have any written evidence, emails, text messages?
Not yet.
When did you first start doing voice work for anime films?
If memory serves, maybe 2000, maybe 2000, 2001. I started in Houston with ADV Films. And then sometime a few years after that, which is, by the way, where Monica began. That's how I knew her. And then a few years after that, I met people from Funimation who encouraged me to ask me if I wanted to play a role in certain things they were doing, and that's how I ended up starting to work at Funimation.
And when would you say your reputation in the voice acting community was at its peak?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I'm not. It's not for me to say when it's at a peak. I don't know.
You don't kind of intuitively know when you're getting invited to more cons and getting asked to do more shows.
There's an ebb and flow to it all.
When did you first start doing the Brawly voice for Dragon Ball Z?
About 15 years ago.
Is that the most famous character that you've done?
No, sir.
What's the most famous character?
Probably Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist.
When was the last Full Metal Alchemist?
I'm sorry. Full Metal ended, wow. Roughly 10 years ago.
And you've also done voice characters on video games, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What video games?
Oh, wow. Soul Calibur, Persona, Sonic, Final Fantasy, a large number. I kind of just don't even keep track.
When you go to these cons, do you usually do panels by yourself, or are you with people?
Both.
Is it unusual for you to do a panel by yourself?
No. But it's also not unusual to do them with others.
And what about most recently when you were in Ireland? Did you panel by yourself or with others?
I did panels by myself. Often I'll do a panel on a particular show, and if there are other voice actors there that were part of that show, you know, you'll do a Full Metal panel with me or Caitlin and Aaron, or if there are multiple people that are at the convention who are in that show, or if it's a Dragon Ball panel. You know, we would do a panel if there are multiple voice actors there from Dragon Ball.
How many cons have you done in 2019?
9 thus far.
Do you typically average between 30 and 40 a year?
No, I think I average closer to 20 or 30. I had a pretty large number lined up for this year. I can only assume because of the Broly movie. He's a pretty popular Dragon Ball character, and I've played him in all the anime and video games, Dragon Ball video games, for 15 years. So it was kind of exciting when they came out with a new movie that he was the main character of. And it's apparently done very, very well.
Would you agree with me that if you read the articles that were being written about you that are reflected in exhibits 1 through 8, and you were a convention owner or ran a convention, that would give you pause to invite you to conventions?
Some yes, some no. I've spoken to convention organizers who come down on both sides of it.
Right, so there's some conventions out there that aren't concerned at all about the allegations against you.
There's some.
All right, and then there's others that are.
Certainly. And if I may say, I hope this is okay, but I mean, a convention organizer may be on the fence based on rumor and social media, but if a voice actress in the industry or a voice actor in the industry calls up and puts pressure, or an animation company like Funimation or Rooster Teeth calls up and puts pressure on a convention, you know, they can certainly sway the conventions having me.
All right, but as you sit here today, you don't know of any instances where Funimation or Rooster Teeth put pressure on a convention not to hire you or allow you to come, do you?
Not yet.
All right. And other than Kamehacon, are you aware of any other conventions that any of the individual defendants reached out to that chose not to let you come or cancel the contract with you?
You know, Sean, I'm thinking now there was one, and I can't remember the name. Can I have a second?
Sure.
I'm sorry, what was that question? People have bothered me in the chat. By bothering me, I asking questions.
You know, Sean, I'm thinking...
That chose not, and Other than Kamehameha, are you aware of any other conventions that any of the individual defendants reached out to that chose not to let you come or cancel the contract with you?
Raleigh SuperCon.
You know, Sean, I'm thinking now there was one, and I can't remember the name. Can I have a second?
Sure.
No, I don't yet have any specific information to that effect.
Are you familiar with a website called prettyuglyliar.net?
No, you're not, because that's not the name of the website. Jay Sean, you are the most incompetent pile of garbage I've ever seen. The West Nile didn't ruin your ability to read, did it? For flip's sake. PrettyuglylittleLiars.net, not prettylittleliar.net. Oh, God. We're working through this bottle of fine, unaged whiskey. Got it, we're halfway there, like John Bon Jovi. Let me read a couple super chats. T. Greg Doucette says, after donating to Vic's GoFundMe, please consider donating to mine. I am raising money for a trip to Thailand involving the missionary position. Again, please consider donating to my fund as well. T. Greg, I don't know if you should be participating in sex tourism in Thailand. It's not a good idea. Lane K 1978 says, if either Jay Sean gets lucky or agrees to your demands, would the other councils, including BHBH, also get to depose you? Yeah, probably. Also, if it was just because of the deal, would only those who agreed get to depose you? I don't know. We'll have to see. They're not going to accept that deal. I mean, obviously, they're not going to concede that Vic is not a public figure, just like Ty wouldn't concede that he is a public figure. The reason I brought up that that concession was to illustrate how ludicrous theirs was. Ace Brain 2003 says, hey Nick, at first I didn't think the possibility of Ron being trans was likely, but after I thought about it, I realized maybe it is possible since he did refer to himself as Mr./Mrs. Ron Toye. Zero the Slayer says, emergency notice for all anime fans in the chat. Kyoto Animation was attacked by an arsonist, gutted the building, 30 people injured, 2 dead. So Kyoto Animation. Lots of people have been talking about it in the chat. I'm not gonna comment on a live developing story while I'm online and don't have the ability to do it. Bull Weevil says, I'm still waiting for Jay Sean No Money to ask Vic to loan him some of that sweet GoFundMe money to help cover Maronica's unpaid legal invoices. That's gonna come back to bite him soon, guys. When Motion says Jadolf is just mad that the mosquitoes get more time with his wife than he does. Locandra Timbernova says, first super chat. Hey, thank you. Moron and others forgot when they wrote their fan fiction accusations that no one actually likes Mary Sue's. Vic is genuine and kind-hearted and proves it over and over, proves it all over again and again. Heart my Ridge wallet, by the way, for the fans. Hey, thank you. Yeah, guys, you can check out Ridge wallet, ridge.com for the fans is the promo code. I'll be doing an ad for Ridge tomorrow on the stream tomorrow. I didn't want to do it during the deposition, so you can check it out there. Bob the Troll King says, Rackets, how do you feel about fans emailing Vic with encouraging words and positivity? This has got to be absolutely wrecking for him, just worried about the guy. That's up to you guys. I'm not going to tell you what to do or what not to do. But his email is public. It always has been. You can go check that out and do it if you want. I'm not going to tell you to do it, but you certainly can. Lil Boom says, free Vic, he's an innocent man. Are people saying Vic is game over? Did they not see Soye and Ogre Real deposition? They're ignoring it because they're propagandists, they're liars, or they're bad lawyers. One of those three things. And then Jay Sean Lemoyne says, please don't show the GoFundMe anymore. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't show the GoFundMe. In fact, would you just close the GoFundMe, or better yet, give the GoFundMe to us? We would really appreciate being able to eat. real quick, let's do a GoFundMe check. I think that's what was going on here. Jay Sean is looking for a GoFundMe check. So we're at 227, 315, and the most recent name. We'll do three names. They're all funny. Boomer support funds in association with millennials that are not offended all the time. Fantastic. Thank you. To Vic from your favorite con slut. Oh, Vic's favorite con slut has donated. Thank you. And welcome to WrestleMania. Of course, this... Look, I've just got to find some papers. I've just got to find a few papers. Can you help me find those papers? Just a second. Oh, can I find the papers, please? Please find the papers. All right, there we go. Let's get back to it.
I've heard of it.
Have you ever gone on and looked at it?
No, sir.
Why not? What have you? Well, let me strike that. What have you heard about it?
I'm sorry?
What have you heard about it?
I have heard that it's just a repository for garbage.
You mean it's a repository for truth?
You mean it's a repository for truth?
About who?
Anybody. You. I mean, anybody. No one. Anybody. Anything salacious, anything people desperate to know about other people might want to read.
All right, I'm going to show you what we're going to mark as Exhibit 25. I'll represent to you that Exhibit 25 represents a Google Docs repository that's associated with prettyuglylittleLiar.net. This particular Google Doc was pulled on April 25th, 2019, and it goes through a series of allegations and links associated with people who have made statements about you over the years. But you've never read it, correct? Never been through Pretty Ugly Little Liars to see what was being said about you?
No, sir.
When's the first time you can recall allegations of sexual harassment being raised against you in your career as a voice actor?
Can I ask you to define sexual harassment?
The unwanted touching.
So any unwanted contact is harassment.
Sexual harassment, yeah.
Sexual harassment.
Sure.
I don't agree with your definition personally.
Okay. No,
but
then give me your definition of sexual harassment.
Forcing somebody to engage in sexual related behavior against their will.
Okay, so you have to use some type of physical force to harass them under your definition, right?
Or verbal.
Okay. And when's the first time that you were has there been any allegations made against you for verbal or physical sexual harassment?
Well, for the longest time, my only recollection of the rumors and stories online were that I would hug fans that didn't want to be hugged, or I would be too close to a fan that didn't appreciate it. Of course, they didn't say anything at the time, but they mentioned it later. Those were the first instances I ever heard of.
And when was that? Like roughly?
I don't remember.
Would you agree with me that this issue of you kissing young girls and that being kind of creepy has been around for a while?
No, sir.
Something that just started?
No, I wouldn't agree that it was kind of creepy, that part of your sentence.
All right, how about we do it this way? Would you agree with me that people online have commented that it's creepy that you kiss young girls?
Sure.
And that's been around for a while?
Yes, sir.
And that's certainly impacted your personal reputation, hasn't it?
Not much. I mean, I was doing pretty well in the industry, as you pointed out yourself at the beginning of the deposition. I've done hundreds of characters. I'm just saying, I've been a voice actor at Funimation and been hired repeatedly for 15 years, and
it all.
As you said yourself, I was doing pretty well up until your fat, ugly, stupid, soy-filled clients, your little cuckboy and his tumblerina of butter. Sorry, your little cuckboy and his tumblerina of butter decided to open their disgusting mouths. Until then, I was doing just fine, and none of these things had any impact until your fatso of a client opened her mouth and decided to lie about me. That's when things started to really go downhill, was when someone in the industry with credibility and a long-standing relationship decided to lie about me. That's when it actually hit home and people decided to start canceling me and people started to do damage to my career. Other than that, it actually didn't affect me at all. You slimy little weasel. Kind of like you got bit by 4,000 mosquitoes before the one that decided to pull out its giant proboscis and ram it right into your lungs.
Started on April 16th, 2019. When
Been hired repeatedly for 15 years and
it all started on April 16th, 2019, when that tweet went out.
April?
I'm sorry, January 2016.
No, like I said, my belief is that date was chosen to piggyback on the popularity of the Broly movie. There has been a recurring theme here. Over the years, anytime I am announced as part of a big new show or playing a role, there are always a handful of people that want to jump on that publicity and get some attention for themselves.
And by getting to
Hey, JT Master. Yeah, I do. I do find every chance I can to go on a rant and insult people, and I don't care that it's getting old. I don't care at all. This is my show, and the fact that this is the only place that you can see the depos, I'm sorry, but you'll just have to fucking deal with it. It's too bad, really. But no, I'm going to insult everybody that I want to. Welcome to the show. Monica and Ron are the worst people on earth. They're terrible. They're absolutely horrible. They have weaponized sexual assault that didn't occur. They've decreased the ability for real victims to come forward. They have decreased the ability for real victims to have their stories believed by people like you, by people like me, by everybody else. Or maybe you're one of those guys. Maybe you're one of those people who automatically believe sexual assault stories. Well, I'm sorry, but I've represented people on both sides of various types of assault cases. And in family law matters on both sides, moms, dads, husbands, wives, it doesn't matter. People lie about this stuff. And when they do, it makes it harder for the real victims to come forward. So if you're mad that I'm insulting a couple of liars, get the fuck off the show. You don't have to watch this.
People that want to jump on that publicity and get some attention for themselves.
and by get attention from yourselves, you mean people post anonymously that you harass people or do inappropriate things?
Yes.
And so they want to get attention for themselves through
Yes.
their anonymous avatar, I guess?
Yes. For the same reason they don't want to be listed right now. Because they want the attention, they want people to click on, oh, I liked your post, and oh, look how many people liked my post. But they don't, they certainly don't want the accountability. And whenever any supporters have been pressed for any evidence or substance, well, a friend told me that they heard from a friend who saw a friend who said that they heard at a convention 4 years ago, et cetera, et cetera.
And so the people that have come out and actively accuse you of things, you've sued.
I'm sorry?
The people that have come out with evidence and said, this is my testimony and this is what happened, you've sued them.
What evidence would that be?
Objection non-responsive. Isn't it true that well, let me back it up. Your complaint is that people don't offer evidence, right? They just say things anonymously. Fair?
Some people.
All right. And some people actually come out, use their name, and make statements about things that you've done that they think were inappropriate, right?
Yes.
And you've sued at least two of them, two women that allege that you did inappropriate things to them, correct?
Yes.
All right. You haven't sued any of the magazines or online articles that wrote articles using all these anonymous names, have you?
Not yet.
You're planning on doing that?
Possibly.
You would agree with me that if you don't sue those magazines, your reputation is still going to be damaged because you'll never...
Oh, I would say my reputation has been irreparably damaged.
And because of those
Correct.
articles, correct?
No, sir, because of everything. All of it. It's a cumulative thing. Didn't you use, like the term you used? Death by 1,000 cuts, you know?
I'll show you what we're going to mark as Exhibit 18. Who is Alyssa Flutie does work?
I mentioned her earlier.
Right.
She is one of the moderators for the fan club for the Risen Bull Rangers.
Do you know who drafted this statement?
No, I've never seen it. I mean, it says at the top, hello, my name is Alyssa Flutie, so I can only assume that Alyssa drafted it.
But you didn't have any role in drafting.
No, sir.
The first time you've seen it, when handed to you today.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if there are any other character statements for you?
I have been told that there has been a website accumulating people's positive accounts of interactions and how I've helped them through difficult times with encouraging words and support. You might be very surprised. There are a lot of them. People that have written me over the years.
Are there any, is there a repository of statements from women that have been alone with you in your room expressing positive support for that interaction?
I'm not aware of them.
Wow. Let's replay that question. What? Look at this. Sometimes, now to Jay Sean's credit, sometimes the lawyer has to be the slimiest dude in the room, right? Jay Sean's clients, I can't stress this enough. Typically, now maybe Jay Sean is an anomaly. Maybe Jay Sean is an anomaly. And he likes being a complete prick. But it's probably his clients. It's probably his clients. And let me suggest something to you. After lunch, when they came back to do this deposition, someone asked me if I have inside info about what happened between in the breaks. I don't have any insight. That's, what Vic discusses with his attorneys is between Vic and his attorneys. But let me just suggest that when they came back from lunch, Lemoyne ran out of questions. But his clients, along with Jamie Marchi, who are watching remotely, didn't want it to end. And they wanted the questions to get meaner. I'm guessing. I'm inferring that from the tone of questioning. I mean, you can see where this is going. And they literally started texting Lemoyne questions. How fucking embarrassed should you be from that? You had to text your lawyer questions that he didn't prepare. His phone is buzzing, and then he's asking questions, hoping Vic will answer. And he's looking at those questions. He's going, God, I don't want to ask this. Don't make me be this much of a dick. Please. Like, to give Lemoyne credit, no one likes doing what he's doing. No one likes this. Well, a couple people do. I don't. I don't like being a jerk to someone to get them to tell their story. I would rather people just tell their stories. I'd rather the truth just come out. But Jay Sean is being hired to be a bully. For all the times they call me a bully, they're literally, well, they're not paying him for it, but they're promising that they're gonna eventually definitely we're gonna pay you sometime. They hired a bully. but I bet he doesn't like it. But let's listen to that question again. Oh, excuse me.
People that have written me over the years.
Are there any, is there a repository of statements from women that have been alone with you in your room expressing positive support for that interaction?
Are there any positive statements from women who have been alone with you in your room expressing support for that interaction? Oh, just get all the West Nile you can. Actually, just pass it on to your clients. Is it an STD? That's a joke. Obviously, it's not an STD. Well, except unless the mosquito's having sex with you, I guess.
Is there a repository of statements from women that have been alone with you in your room expressing positive support for that interaction?
I'm not aware of them.
Did you ever text with Chris Slatosh of Kamea-Con?
We talked about this, didn't we?
Did you guys ever see, did you guys ever watch the show Ed? When he bet $5 to, or when his buddy said $5, said you won't go up to the produce guy and ask where you could find the lettuce? What kind of jackass says lettuce? What kind of jackass says Slatosh?
I think I told you that I did not text with him at all until after he contacted me 3 months after canceling me, and decided to re-invite me, and then received pressure from Monica, Chris Sabat, others I'm sure, and started going back and forth. I involved my attorney because we had a contract, and I'm sure there were a few interactions by text.
Is there a Houston couple, I don't know their full names, that you're good friends with? That ring a bell?
You grew up in Houston. You lived in Houston for, well, I don't know if you grew up there. You lived in Houston for years. Is there a Houston couple that you're good friends with? Oh my God. Just
I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific. I lived in Houston 20 years. I have a lot of friends.
All right. How about this? Is there a Houston couple that helps hire prostitutes and helps you pick them out and send them to you? Does that ring a bell?
There is a friend of mine who told me of a site, which is how I found about the one time that I told you that I tried it.
Right, but have you ever, as any friends or anybody, assisted you in terms of actually hiring a prostitute and sending them to your room?
No, sir.
This is what I mean. I'm sorry to pause it again. This time I genuinely wanted to let the video run out. But if you want to know what's going on here, they are texting him these questions. They're texting him these questions. Ask him. Get him on the prostitute thing again. Their entire plan for this deposition was for Vic to fold when it was done. They wanted Vic to quit after deposition. That was their strategy from the get-go. A lot of people didn't believe me when I said that they wanted to depose Vic. They wanted to file their TCPA before they got deposed. That was their initial plan. Then they went in front of the judge, and Casey Eric had to say on the record, "Oh, no, we definitely weren't going to do that." That was definitely their plan. Look at what they're doing here. They wanted to embarrass Vic. They wanted to run this video. They wanted to run they probably wanted to run the transcript. They didn't expect him to look as calm and collected as he was. They expected him to break down. They expected him to cry. They expected him to sit there and sob and say, "I'm so sorry. I hired a prostitute 10 years ago one time." They expected a whole lot, and none of it actually happened the way they thought it would. Now their game plan is completely ruined, but this is what they wanted. And it shows in their questions. And the contrast between Lemoyne and John Volney and Sam Johnson is going to be massive. Volney and Johnson are going to focus on fact-based questions. They're not going to ask the salacious crap. Look at this. Once this is over, we've got 2 minutes and 11 seconds left of Lemoyne, and then it's going to go into Sam Johnson. Once his is over, the entire thing changes. They're using their last minutes here to try and they want him to quit. Remember, they wanted him dead. They hoped he would commit suicide. They hoped that his depression from being separated from his work, from his fans, and from his friends would kill him. I don't want to say I promise. I infer very strongly that they considered it. They thought, this might kill him. We're good with that. Because they're literally the worst people on earth, and they're comfortable with you being dead. They always have been. These people have, it's the tactics, it's the mindset, it's everything. The ends justify the means, even if the means is your death. And it's been that way for a while now. And it's pretty apparent. So that's what they're going for. I'm going to do super chats at the end of this segment here. 2 minutes and 11 seconds left. Let's go.
What was Star Trek Continues?
It was a fan-made web series about that picked up where the original Star Trek ended and finished the original 5-year mission of the Enterprise from the original series.
And how many series did it? How many episodes were there?
We made 11.
Is that something you did like a GoFundMe or some type of Kickstarter?
As a matter of fact, I funded the first episode myself, and then after we made an episode, basically as a proof of concept, myself and another gentleman funded the first episode. And then once we had the first episode and we put it online, people really enjoyed it. We began crowdfunding to make further episodes.
And you ultimately made 11 total?
Yes, sir.
And were you paid by any studio for that?
I'm sorry?
Were you paid by any studio?
No, absolutely not. In fact, we were not allowed to this day. We've not sold or made any profit from Star Trek Continues because it's a licensed property. We made it as a fan series just to celebrate Star Trek.
Right. Do you have any films coming out this year?
I have been contacted by a couple of people interested in having me do something, but nothing has been done yet, so I don't know when it would be shot, so I certainly don't know when it would be coming out.
Or what about any anime films that are in the can that'll be released this year? Rohan for JoJo?
Yeah, I was going to say there are a couple of I believe that's already all been released, but there are a couple of recurring characters that I played that I don't think they have been released yet, but they've already been recorded.
All right, let's take a little break and talk to everybody. I think I'm ready to pass the witness.
I think I'm ready to pass the kidney stone. I think my lung is ready to pass me. I think I'm ready to pass into oblivion. All right, let's hit this GoFundMe real quick. We are between clips. We're going to do I told you we're going through the whole thing tonight. It's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take a little time. Let's hit refresh here. We're at 227, 395. The last one is the Ghost of Pepper Monster suspended Twitter account. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Over and over again, you will find people who accuse me of being racist for sharing a joke with my friend. You will find them talking very, very horrendously about black people because they actually hate black people. It's amazing, amazing, amazing. Over and over again, the people who accuse you of racism will be shown to be absolutely ridiculous racist. And we've also got Rekieta answered my question on stream, so I'm dropping a 10. And Sam O'Sullivan. Hey, thanks, guys. Ron Soy Soaked Socks. Come on, water bottle that gets Monica wet because Soye can't. Come on, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. But yeah, you can tell they ran out of questions. They were literally getting text messages from their remote viewing session. Montegraph, I hear, assisted in them in their remote viewing session. But that's what was going on. They were getting text messages from Jamie, from Monica, from Ron. Well, I don't know if Jamie was sending text messages. Monica and Ron were sending them. Jamie's in the room with them. They're sitting there begging. Please ask this embarrassing question. Please ask this embarrassing question. We want to go through that. Absolutely disgusting. And look what they did. Now, never mind. That was their plan going into this. Destroy Vic. It didn't work. And now they don't know what to do. But all right, let's read a couple chats here, and then we'll get into the next video. Mythos Irving says, so I've been thinking a lot lately about Iago. Funny how an email of Monica's Justin came up. People keep guessing Sabbath is Iago, but here's the thought. What if it's Justin Cook? I haven't seen much of anything about Justin Cook. As far as I know, Justin has always been friendly to Vic. He was mentioned one time, but Justin has not been part of the vocal crowd. Justin has not been mentioned as actually slagging Vic in any way. I would be very cautious. And let me just put this out there. Be very cautious on how you judge people based on these depositions and stuff like that. Because remember, Monica names Stan Dolan as he's definitely a witness to what happened. And he definitely knows that I was distraught. And he even asked about it. And Stan Dolan doesn't seem to remember a single thing about it. Be very careful how you judge guys like Todd Haberkorn, how you judge guys like Chuck Huber. Many statements can be made by people hoping to diffuse the situation because they see the writing on the wall for what's coming in the anime community in general. And they're trying to diffuse it. That doesn't necessarily mean they've sold Vic upriver. Okay. Let me pull up Vic's next video here. And
we're back on the record.
Okay, there's Vic. We're going to get back into this in just a second. Let me read some super chats. Here we go. Keck7Go says, Lemoyne is a piece of crap for asking about someone's mental health care. It's not his business how he deals with any of this. Makes me so effing mad. Get stung by AIDS bees in Minecraft. Yeah, that was a slimy question, right? Monica and Ron really wanted to know why Vic went into counseling. Let me give you a hint, you stupid idiots. Vic had to go into counseling after you destroyed his career, after you removed him from his fans, after you removed him from his support network. You took out all of the structures in Vic's life. He moved away from LA. He moved to Dallas. You knew that. You knew he just moved to Dallas. Let me add that to this level of disgust for these people. Vic moved to Dallas to be closer to Funimation and his friends. And he did it, I think, in January. Think about that. Vic was remote recording from LA, his studio in LA and his home, and sending work in. He moved to Dallas to be closer to his friends, to his colleagues, and to his workplace, so he could be more involved in the work. And they waited until he moved, and then they stabbed him in the back. These people are disgusting. They knew this. They knew it. They knew. They're the worst people on earth. I can't tell you enough how flipping awful they are. They knew it. Remember, if we believe their stories to be true, the absolute best case for them is that we accept at face value their stories are true. They lied to him They lied to him for over a decade, making him think they were friends. The best case for them is that he did something assaultive and they lied to him for over a decade to convince him that they were still their friends for whatever reason. And then they knifed him. That is the best case scenario. And that is awful. Awful, people. Absolutely awful. All right. Yorgamon07 says, the conversation around mental health for the last few years has been get help. Don't be afraid to talk to someone. These people claim counseling is an admission of guilt. They are causing immeasurable harm to society. Oh, yeah. And by the way, if you want to really look into counseling as an admission of guilt, look no further than the evangelical Christian staff. You get a staff member of an evangelical Christian church to admit to having a porn addiction or something like that, and they are off staff. They're off staff. When they admit to a problem, they're off staff immediately. We've so stigmatized quote unquote sexual sin that's where we are now. And the puritanical Christian right is not the only Puritans. The left, the Monica Rials of the world, the I'm atheist because I hate Baptists and Christians. Those people are just as puritanical. Skaki Onsai says, now I understand why Spurgs on Twitter was crowing about things today. They really are stupid. People like Shane, Dumbfrog, Doozebag, Jesse Oldbag, etc. all have tunnel vision and do not see the obvious mine in the water. Hashtag BTFO. It'll all be clear very soon, I'm guessing. I'll be clear very soon. Hold on. Got to get back to my spot. E1337 Neo says, hey, Nick, made my first super chat to you during last night's stream, but it got lost among the others. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No worries. Here's another pair of Sawbucks to go towards the whiskey fund. Nevertheless, thank you for all you do. Literally, it's my pleasure. This is the greatest job on earth. Greatest job on earth. For me. I don't know if you guys would like it as much. I love it. I love it. So thank you so much. Patrick Thompson says, some say Lemoyne holds the world record for going the longest without clearing his throat. Dear God, man. The Crow 751 says you should give at least a tiny bit of credit for Jayshawn for lasting this long without coughing up his only good lung. Right, and no ambulances were called during the making of this deposition. Dias Striker says Moron clearly worships at the feet of Slanish, while Zinch looks on and laughs. But Vic's fans channel Korn, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Emperor Vic protects. He attack. Woodman Gaming says, here's 20 for the rant. You get to be a real ass off this non-aged whiskey. And I love it. It's a little brutal. It is a little brutal. All right, guys, let's get back to the video right now.
For the beginning of disc number 6, the time is 4:38.
We have seen 24 minutes of this yesterday.
My name is Sam Johnson. We met this morning, but have you and I ever met or spoken before that interaction this morning that you can recall?
I know of.
Okay. And just so you know, I represent Jamie Marchi in this matter, who's also a defendant in this case. So I know you've answered a lot of questions today, and I'm gonna fill in some gaps that I have in my list, but a lot of what I had has already been addressed, so I'm gonna do my best not to duplicate that. Same rules apply. Please allow me to finish my question before you answer. If you need a break, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I wanted to take a few steps back and talk a little bit more about your work and about what you do. So I know we talked a little bit about how many productions you've been in, how long ago you started. From what I can tell, not all of your work is in anime. Is that correct?
The vast majority of it is, but not all of it, certainly.
Okay. Are there, other than the Star Trek Continued, is it continued?
Continues.
Continues. I apologize.
That was just a passion project.
Okay. Are there any other live action productions that you've been in?
A handful over the years.
Okay.
I've done some Christian films, and I've done some short films, and
Are there subgenres of anime that you appear in or your voice appears in more than others? I don't know the answer. I don't know if that's a thing. Just wanted
I would
to
say
ask.
no, sir. Again, when you're talking about 300 plus series, you're talking about every conceivable style and genre. Scary, funny, shows for boys fighting, mecha shows, romance shows, scary. I mean, it covers the gambit.
Okay.
And often I don't even know what I'm going to do until I get in there. I don't even know a lot about what I'm doing until I...
Let me stop you right now, chat. I know you saw this yesterday. You can't do this to me. This is the last video. We've seen 24 minutes of this deposition, and you will watch it again because I want the context of the last video to flow into this one. You don't get to... I know I ruined everything with the spoilers, with the hot spoilers. I know I did. But we got to go through it again because we need completeness. And the completeness only exists with context. This is it.
get in there and they go, you're this guy.
Okay, so you don't normally get the script
No.
very far in advance.
Never. No, you don't get it ever in advance.
Okay. I know you've got some social media presence. I wanted to walk through and see exactly which platforms you have an account on.
Okay.
I know you have a Twitter account. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a Facebook account?
Yes, sir.
On Facebook, let's strike that. Do you have an Instagram account?
No, sir. I downloaded the app because of all the cool things you can do, like put funny faces and hats and weird things, you know. But I don't ever use it. I don't think I've ever posted on Instagram once.
How about Snapchat?
No, sir.
Any other social media platforms that you regularly use?
No, sir. And the only reason I've ever used them is because fans encouraged me to do them as a way to interact with fans.
Right. And your Twitter account, if I remember correctly, is verified. Is that right?
I think so. That means that they basically verify that you're you.
That's right.
I think it's true. There's a dot or something. Is that
Yeah,
right?
there's a blue circle with a little white check mark inside next to your name.
I believe you.
Do you remember what you did to get that account verified?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Do you know if you did anything?
I don't remember doing anything. In fact, when somebody said something about being verified, I literally said, how does that work? Like, how do you do that?
Do you use a publicity firm that might have done that for you?
No.
Do you use a publicity firm at all?
No.
So you do all of your publicity, your social media posting, your statements, all
Yes,
that.
sir.
Let me
Sorry,
finish, please. All those things, you generate those yourself?
Yes, sir. Or I have.
Hey, you know what? Don't worry about this pause. I'm going to do y'all a favor. I'm going to play it, and I'm going to run to the bathroom while it plays, because I remember this part of the deposition, and there's not much for me to comment on. So here it goes. I'll be right back. We'll let it go.
Over the years, I have. This incident has been the first time that I have ever sought the services of someone to help.
Okay, so with regard to the statements and occurrences that are discussed in this lawsuit, you have been receiving some publicity help?
The couple that I mentioned in particular.
All right.
Attorney interaction, of course.
Mm-hmm. Any PR firms?
No, sir.
Okay.
The couple in Florida considers themselves kind of a PR couple firm, but I don't know if they actually have a name, you know what I mean? I don't know if they're an official thing.
Right.
But
I think I understand. And you are the voice, is it Brawley or Broly?
Everybody says something different. I've always thought it was Broly.
Okay.
But some people say Brawley, so.
And I understand that film, Dragon Ball Brawly, was the third highest grossing anime film in the United States. Does that sound right to you? Were you pretty pleased with that success level?
It was, sorry, it was a privilege. I was really proud to be a part of it. I mean, I played this character for 15 years, and he would be in video games and stuff, and when I would do events, fans would always say, "Oh, I love Broly's my favorite character in Dragon Ball. When are they ever going to do anything more with him?" And I would always say, "I don't know. Wouldn't that be fun?" And then when this movie was announced, I was really excited about it.
That's a big deal, third highest grossing. And I assume that.
That was Weak Sauce. Weak Sauce, Sam Johnson. I know I'm not supposed to stop this a lot, but I was at the bathroom. Sam had an opportunity there to really identify with his deponent, and he didn't take it. Oh, that's really important. That's good. It's great. It's third biggest. It's fantastic. Let's move on.
That brings with it a pretty significant fan base.
I think they already existed.
Okay.
I think. I don't do any analytics or count this or that, but I think my overall body of work over the years has been pretty well received.
Okay. Yeah, your IMDb page says that you've been in over 356 productions. Does that sound?
I don't even know. I mean, I said over 300, and I didn't even know. I don't keep track. After a while, you just do them.
Do you ever have that situation where people, if you're at the airport or Starbucks or whatever, do fans recognize you out in public?
No, and I think that's one of the interesting things about voice acting. You're not recognized.
How about when you're at the conventions?
Well, I mean, there, yes, because people come there specifically to celebrate anime.
Okay.
And because of the internet, you can look up, people's faces and stuff and find out who somebody is who played this character or that.
What is Rizambul?
Rizambul was the town that my character and his brother came from in Full Metal Alchemist.
Okay.
So it was literally just
your fans.
It was the two women started the Rizambul Rangers. I didn't start a fan club. I didn't ask anybody to start a fan club. A couple of fans contacted me and said, "We want to start a fan club for you." And I'm like, "Really? Okay." How fun, right? And they came up with the name based on the anime.
Okay. So it was based off of your prior work?
Yes, one of the characters that I played.
I do want to switch and talk about Jamie Marchi, my client, at this point. How long have you known Jamie?
As long as she's been working at Funimation. I honestly can't tell you an amount of years. It's one of those things you don't really think about because you don't think you need to ever really know. But it's been as long as she's, if I had to guess, maybe 10 or 12 years maybe.
And so did you meet her working at Funimation?
Yes, sir.
And were y'all working on a production together, or?
We worked on several productions.
Is that how you first met?
Actually, it's an interesting dynamic because voice actors typically record alone, which means you and I and him and her could all be in a show together and never even meet each other because we would come in separately and record our lines. But you might cross paths in the hallway, or you might see each other in the lobby. And many times you also would do a convention, and other voice actors would be there. I've actually met voice actors for the first time who I'd been in 8 or 10 shows with, and I'd never met them. But I met them at a convention because we were both invited there. And that's honestly how, more times than not, you actually talk to them more and, get to know them a little more there.
So, did you ever, I know you said you've done some live action productions. Was Jamie in any of those with you that you can recall?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay, but
no,
y'all did interact
ugly.
At conventions?
Sure.
Okay. I do want to go ahead. What exhibit number Are we on 22?
You guys, did you already mark something?
No, we didn't mark anything. There's the
How
gap.
about 22? There you go. I'll take a look at that.
Thank you.
No, 23.
Yes, please. Thank you. All right. I'm going to hand you what I've marked as Exhibit 22. And I'll represent to you that this is a cease and desist letter that was sent by your attorney to Ms. Marchi. Have you seen this letter before?
No, sir. I was informed that it was sent, but I have not seen it personally.
Okay. Just want to walk through this letter. If you'll look with me in the first full paragraph, it says that the demand was relating to posts and tweets using the personal social media account, including @RonToy. Since this is sent to Ms. Marchi, I'm assuming that's a typo. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
Can I read that real quick?
Please.
This is specifically related to location. I don't know. I don't know what that is relating to.
Okay.
Can I consult my? Is it a typo?
I just want to make sure there wasn't something that I wasn't.
I'm gonna just a second. I gotta make sure I don't pull this up on screen. I've got that picture. Yeah, good thing I did that. What the? Give me just a second here. I've got that tweet, and I want to pull it up for you because I love you and I respect you. What the? Do we have the tweet? Seriously? There it is. Hold on. Let me pull this up here. This is the tweet. Okay, the tweet. Let's add a little context to this. I'm gonna go back 20 seconds.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
Can I read that real quick?
Please.
Hold on. I'm gonna go back 40.
It says that the demand was relating to posts and tweets using the personal social media account, including @RonToy. Since this is sent to Ms. Marchi, I'm assuming that's a typo. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
Can I read that real quick?
Please.
This is specifically related to location. I don't know. I don't know what that is relating to.
I'll show you.
Okay.
Here's the tweet, right? You can see it at the bottom. I know it's a bad copy, but it's I want his head, I want his balls, which is a little sexual, Jamie. I want him to feel an ounce of the pain he's caused others and then effing something. But let's not mince words here. This is what it's in response to. It's a response to Monica Rial saying, dropping in to say this, stop harassing my friends and colleagues. You want the truth. It happened to me. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this, but here we are. I don't owe you anything. But if it'll stop it from happening to someone else, then so be it. And then Alicia Nicole. By the way, Alicia, hey girl, I don't know what side of this you're on, but thank you for your wise commentary. For the love of God, if you want people to leave you alone, stop talking about it. You've been dragging this out since the entire thing started. Yes, she has, hasn't she? Monica and Marchi, they sure have been dragging it out. For just wanting to tell their story, they sure have been making a lot of tweets, especially until they got sued. You've been dragging this out since the entire thing started. He has been canceled from all future conventions. What more do you want? His head? Either speak your piece or drop it. And then Marchi chimes in. Marchi, fat girl angle Marchi, has come in with, I want his head, I want his balls. I want his head, I want his balls. So that's the context. That's the tweet they're talking about.
Can I consult my? Is it a typo?
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something that I
No,
wasn't
I don't-
aware
I-
of.
no, this is the
Lawyers
first
are
time I'm seeing
humans
it
too. We have typos, so it happens. I want to walk through with you the statements that your cease and desist letter addressed by Ms. Marchi. And the first one I want to look at is February 6th, 2019 at 9:05 p.m. And there are some quotes in the letter, but if you'll turn back to the fifth page, there's an image of the actual tweet.
Having to realize his
And
friend.
I want to give you a minute to look at it.
Okay.
All right. Is your name mentioned anywhere in this tweet?
No, sir.
Okay. What in here is there to let you know that it references you?
Well, who is she responding to? Do we have the previous tweet? Clearly, she's responding to someone, right?
Object non-responsive. I'm just asking based on
Objection, I don't want you to bring up the previous tweet because that's devastating to my case. Please don't talk about what she's responding to. Please just look at this tweet in a vacuum.
what you can see on the page. Is there anything that would let someone know that it's actually referencing you?
On this page alone?
Correct.
No, I don't see any. I do not see my name here.
Okay. What are the statements of fact? If we assume that this is about you, what are the factual statements that are made about you in this tweet? Something that could independently be verified by someone. If you read through it.
Well, this tweet alone, nothing.
Okay.
But she tweeted before this. When she initially tweeted her account of something.
Object non-responsive. We'll get to her other tweets.
Okay.
I'm only asking about this one. So.
No, there's nothing in here except a lot of anger that I can see.
Object non-responsive.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
The question is just, what in this particular tweet on February 6th is a statement of fact about you?
Nothing.
Okay. And then in your letter, sorry to make you flip back and forth.
Sure.
But in the paragraph that goes from the first page to the second page that your lawyer wrote, it says that this tweet implies that you committed some type of criminal offense. Do you see anything in this particular tweet that gives that impression that a criminal offense was committed?
No, sir, but you have to take the context of the entire thing.
Object non-responsive after,
I said no, sir. I'm sorry. That was my response. Sorry.
You're fine. That's my job to clean it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is your job to clean up.
That's all my
isn't it, Sam?
questions about that tweet. I'm going to skip ahead from the order that they're addressed in the letter.
Someone asked a question. I'm sorry I missed your name. That's the whiskey, and I'm not going to scroll back for it because the chat's moving 1,000,000 miles an hour. How should you respond to something like this? You should say, "I'm not a lawyer, sir. I don't know." I'm not a lawyer, sir. I don't know. When you're asking about criminal activity, what do you see that is criminal in this tweet? What do you see? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Period. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea what criminal aspects are. I'm not an expert on the law. I'm a voice actor, sir. I have no idea. All I want to do is walk in and say, Kakarot, or whatever it is. That's what I want to do. I don't listen. Can I call you Sam? Sam. I don't want to be a lawyer. That's your job. You're great at it. You're fantastic. I love you. Thank you. But what I want to do is I want to go voice Broly. I want to voice Crow. I
I want to voice all my other characters, and I want to interact with fans. I don't want to know about criminality. I don't want to know about any of that. That's how you answer this. You say, I have no idea. I'm not qualified to answer these questions. Not that Vic's answers are bad. Vic's answers are just fine because no one is expecting Vic to know the criminal statutes here. But that's how the ideal answer. No one does the ideal answer in deposition. No one does. No one. It's too long. That's what she said. It's too much pressure. That's what she said. It's too much. You can't sit and take a beating for 5 hours and be expected to answer perfectly. Vic is doing remarkably well at this point. Make no mistake. I'm not criticizing him. I'm just saying what you give for an ideal answer, that's taken out of the context of having 5 hours of people calling you a horrific sex offender. And also having to listen to a body ravaged by God. So there we go. Here we go. Let's get back to it. I'm going to go back 10 seconds because I want to.
Yeah. All right. That's all my questions about that tweet. I'm going to skip ahead from the order that they're addressed in the letter to the next one chronologically, which was on February 7th, 2019. And that is on the last, page 11.
Okay.
Do you see that tweet? It says, "What would Jesus do?"
Page 11? Oh, goodness.
Yeah, the 11th.
I looked down here and I saw 1/1 and thought it was 11.
No problem.
So sorry. 8. Am I blind? 7. Page 8 is the last page I have.
It's the one before that. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Give yourself a moment to read that.
Okay.
And my questions might sound familiar to you. The first one is your name stated in this tweet?
No, sir.
Is there any direct reference to you that you can see?
No, sir.
If we assume that this tweet was about you, what is the statement of fact about you in here?
No statement of fact about me in this tweet.
Thank you. I want to go to the last page in this, and there's no date here, but there's another. It's a little harder to tell. I can't tell. I think it's a tweet also. But there's one that's attributed to Ms. Marchi. Do you see that on this page as well?
Here.
The third one down.
Yes.
Yes. Give yourself a moment to read that.
Okay.
All right. What is the statement of fact about you in this particular tweet as you read it?
The only thing that I can see is where she says, fighting back does not in any way, shape, or form make me as bad as Vic. I would say that tends to create a statement of fact that I'm a bad person.
Is that the only statement of fact that you see in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a couple people have asked some good questions. I'm going to answer them. They're in the chat. I don't normally answer questions in the chat, but these are really good ones. One. Oh crap. Hold on. What is a statement of fact? Now, this is the problem with asking a party to the case. Is this a statement of fact? They don't know what a statement of fact is. Vic might be thinking, and this is what Ty will likely argue, when he says there's no statement of fact in this,
that there's nothing truthful stated in this tweet. That doesn't mean it's not a statement of fact. A statement of fact, legally, a statement of fact is something that if you were given all of the knowledge on the earth, can you discern it to be true or false? Did so-and-so rape so-and-so? That's a fact statement. Now, no one may know the answer to that question other than the two parties. But if you had all of the knowledge on earth, you would be able to discern whether or not that happened. Actually, Bill looks at child porn when he's alone. No one could possibly know. Wait, better yet, Sarah Weidenheff's brother distributed child porn when he was alone. No one could know that other than Sarah Weidenheff's brother, right? Sarah Weidenheff's brother, convicted child porn distributor, Sarah Weidenheff's brother. He's the only one who could possibly know if when he was alone, he was trying to distribute child porn. Now, I mean, maybe he put it up for download and an FBI agent tried to download it and all that stuff. I mean, maybe that happened. But in theory, if that hadn't occurred and all we said was Sarah Weidenheff's brother, Funimation voice actress Sarah Weidenheff's brother is literally a convicted sex offender for trying to distribute child porn. Now, only Sarah Weidenheff's child porn distributing brother would know whether or not he was distributing child pornography. Whether the Funimation voice actress's brother, who she raised a GoFundMe for God's sakes, to try and defend him from distributing child pornography to an FBI agent and a Florida state police officer, if I remember correctly. Sarah Weidenheff's brother, distributor of child porn, the only person who would know if he was distributing child porn technically was him. But if we were given all knowledge in the world, we would easily find out that Sarah Weidenheff's brother was definitely distributing child porn because he pled no contest to it in an effort to reduce the sentence he would receive, and now he will be a registered sex offender probably for the rest of his life. Because Sarah Weidenheff's brother, Sarah Weidenheff, who was so threatened by Vic because of aggressive hugging, so threatened by Vic that she just couldn't possibly be at Kamehacon, even though her brother was distributing child pornography where children are literally abused sexually for the entertainment of degenerates. Sarah Weidenheff's brother, Funimation voice actress Sarah Weidenheff's brother, who defended his child pornography. Have I gotten the clue out yet? Have I gotten it out yet that Sarah Weidenheff was defending her brother who was convicted of child pornography distribution and calling Vic a danger to the community and saying that what Vic did wasn't even close to the distribution of child pornography where children are literally exploited and raped sexually on camera for the gratification of degenerate adults. That's what Sarah Weidenheff was defending when she said that she couldn't be in a convention with Vic because he hugged people. No one would know if he was doing that but him and God. Now, if you had the knowledge of God, you would know the truth. That's a determination of fact. Was he distributing child porn? God knows. Sarah Weidenheff's brother knows. There we go. That's enough. Can it be proven if you had all knowledge? Yes or no? That's the statement of fact there. Sorry, I had to go on a little tangent. I apologize. Let me rewind it 10 seconds just so I don't remember where we are.
A bad person.
Is that the only statement of fact that you see in there?
Yes, sir.
Do you see anything in that tweet that implies, as you read it, that you are a bad person akin to a criminal, or that there's any reference to criminal activity in this tweet?
Akin to, next to, like to, adjacent to, related to a criminal, not an actual criminal. Like, the funny thing is Sarah Weidenheff is akin to a criminal because she is literally akin to a criminal, a child pornography distributing criminal. Oh my God. Sorry.
Not in this tweet, no.
Thank you. All right. And then the last one is that I want to talk about is the one, it's on February 8th. And it's I think might be the one you had in mind a few moments ago, the one that I'm going to refer to as Ms. Marchi's statement.
Okay.
So if I use that term, this is what I'm referring to.
Yes, sir.
Counsel,
Okay.
real quick, we're going to be here tomorrow. Jury didn't come to a decision, so we're in here tomorrow morning.
Okay. Thanks. So, and I want to. Have you seen this tweet before? It's pretty lengthy. Do you recall having read it before today?
I'm pretty sure I read it. Somebody called me a friend and said, Jamie Marchi just tweeted. And I'm like, Jamie? What about? And then I read it, or somebody like screen capped it and sent it to me.
Okay. I actually want to walk back to the second page of this exhibit, the actual letter that your attorney wrote for you. If you'll go to the second page, because there are a few statements that they point out that I just want to work through with you.
Okay.
They point out the statement that that's made that you, quote, gave almost all the women at my job the creeps, unquote. Do you see that in there?
I do.
Okay. And then there's the statement that at the time of the incident, Ms. Marchi's writing about that you whispered something sexual in nature to her.
Correct.
All right. Do you have any evidence that you're aware of that Ms. Marchi did not actually believe these statements to be true at the time she wrote them?
At the time she wrote them, or at the time they happened?
At the time she wrote them.
I can't answer for her. I don't know what's in her mind. I can't say whether she believed it was true or whether she was joining in to pile on. I don't know.
Are you, and I know you're not an attorney, sir, but are you aware of anything in the Texas Penal Code that is defined as being simple assault?
No, sir.
You're not aware of any crime or statute that's referred to that?
I mean, I've heard the term. I don't know the definition or the details of it.
Okay, so sitting here today, you don't know if that's actually a crime under Texas law?
Well, I don't know what it is, and I don't know if it's a crime.
I don't either. That's why I was asking.
I don't know. I
Do you
don't know
know,
about
are there any
Texas law.
crimes in the Texas Penal Code that legally classify a convicted defendant as a predator? Are you aware of any of that?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you agree with the statement that the way one person perceives a situation is not always going to be the same way everybody perceives that same situation?
Of course.
So is it possible that Ms. Marchi perceived pain when you pulled her hair in the lobby that day and that you were unaware of that?
Okay, so here we go. This is the big admission from Vic Mignogna, where he clearly earlier said that when he touched her hair, it was playful, it was at arm's length, it had nothing to do with grabbing her hair and pulling her in. Shane Holmberg, seriously, find a Minecraft bow and arrow, point the arrow into your mouth, draw the bow, and let it go, buddy. Find Minecraft as fast as you can. Eat TNT. Do whatever you need to do, Shane, to get this out of your head, because you're the dumbest fucking person on earth. I don't know how else to say it. Vic did not admit to grabbing her hair, dragging her in close to him so he could sexually whisper into her ear something sexual that no one seems to remember, and then she could push him off like the strong woman that she is and issue some rebuke that she doesn't remember on the date that she doesn't remember, and the only thing she remembers that it probably happened in the Funimation studios. Oh my God. It was not an admission of guilt. And taking this clip, which you had to know, because in 2 minutes I stopped it and said, oh my God, I've got way too far of a clip, had other context to it, and clearly from the conversation had other context to it. Shane, stop raping chairs, start getting help. Let's go back 10 seconds and let's get back into this.
Miss Marchi perceived pain when you pulled her hair in the lobby that day, and that you were unaware of that. And the reason I ask is you testified earlier.
I had no indication when it happened or in the years that followed that we've been friends and interacted that there was anything offensive or painful about it. In my mind, my recollection, it was very casual, playful interaction, as happens all the time in the hallways of Funimation.
But you would agree that she certainly could have perceived it differently than you.
Sure.
Is it your testimony today that you did not say something sexual into Miss Marchi's ear at that moment that you were grabbing her hair?
Sorry.
You're good.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Do you recall if you said anything into her ear?
I don't recall that I said anything. If I did, it was literally something about, oh, I love your hair, or love it. It's awesome. You know, it was that kind of thing.
Okay.
That's an I don't recall. Vic should have said, I don't recall this event, much less I don't recall saying anything. Personally, and again, no one is perfect at deposition. No one is perfect almost 5 hours into deposition. No one is. Vic's answer is very, very good here. But he should have said, I don't recall this event ever happening. Maybe it did. Maybe I touched her hair at some point. I don't know. I don't remember. That's what he should have said. But no one is perfect.
That I said anything. If I did.
Except me. Wait till I get to post. Because it'll probably eventually happen. Just kidding. I won't be perfect, but I'll be a jackass.
It was literally something about, oh, I love your hair, or love it. It's awesome. You know, it was that kind of thing.
Okay. Other than the statements that we've discussed today, are there any other statements by Ms. Marchi about you that are statements of fact that you allege to be defamatory in nature that you're aware of?
At present, that I'm aware of, no.
I'm gonna.
What's the number of this? Is it?
This was Exhibit 22. I know you've talked today about defendants having reached out to conventions and encouraging them to end their relationship with you or cancel a contract. Sitting here today, are you aware of any conventions that Jamie reached out to for that purpose?
I'm going to answer and you're going to say non-responsive.
Objection, non-responsive.
Stay there. We just saved ourselves 6 or 7 seconds. I have been told by several convention organizers who had booked me to be at their show that they were not inclined to cancel me until voice actors started coming out, because they weren't going to give a lot of credence to just a bunch of people on the internet, you know. Mm-hmm. But when the voice actors came out, and we all know who the voice actors were that came out, so I mean, it's kind of an assumption. They didn't call me and say Jamie Lynn Marchi and Monica Real, you know what I mean, contacted us, but they did tell me that it was the public comments by the voice actors that led them to ultimately cancel me.
So it was the public comments, not necessarily a direct contact by a particular voice actor to the convention.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if there was any direct contact or not.
So sitting here today, you don't know of any conventions that Jamie directly reached out to, correct?
Not yet, no, not at present.
And then I think it was Miss Denbo at Funimation that you were communicating with while they were conducting their investigation. Is that correct?
Tammy Denbo, I think she's with Sony, not with Funimation.
Okay, thank you for
I'm
clarifying
pretty sure, is that right?
And I believe you testified earlier that she mentioned some of the people who had outcried
Yes, sir.
to Sony or to Funimation. Did she ever mention Jamie during that process?
No, sir.
He's trying to eliminate Jamie from any sort of attachment to the damage that was done to Vic.
Looking at your original...
Which is an interesting strategy, by the way, Jamie. Jamie, I'll stick with my friends, ride or die. I'll never betray my friends. I will be with Monica forever. Jamie, why is your lawyer trying to separate you from Monica Rial and Ron Toye? Hey, Monica, if Jamie told you she was in this till the end, why is her lawyer trying to detach her from these things? He doesn't care, by the way, Monica and Ron, I hope you know this. Sam Johnson has no care in the world whether or not you get fisted with the bill on this. He's just out for Jamie, and that's because Jamie wants him to be. Jamie said, protect me, Sam. I need someone to protect me. Monica and Ron are on their own here. Now, that's a little different than what Jamie was saying in February, isn't it? When Jamie was saying, I'm with them, ride or die. My friends know I've got their back from start to finish. I've got their back all the way. Do you, Jamie? Because this line of discussion from Sam is, well, Funimation mentioned some people to you. Sony mentioned some people to you. Was Jamie's name ever mentioned? No. What did Jamie say that did it? No, I don't know. Jamie's not with you, Monica and Ron. That ride or die thing was a lie, wasn't it, Jamie? You're definitely with them, though. You're definitely with them. Having your lawyer trying to separate you from their defamation, trying to separate you from Funimation's defamation. But you're definitely with them, though. You're sticking right by them. You paying their legal bills, Jamie? Are they paying yours? I don't think so. Suddenly, you're not so ride or die, are you? Suddenly, you're save my skin. I hope Monica and Ron appreciate that. I hope they appreciate that you were there when it didn't matter, but when it did matter, you backed off like a pussy. I hope they appreciate that, Jamie Marchi.
Petition filed in looking at your original petition filed in this lawsuit, just tracking that timeline. Did you read the original petition in this case? What your lawyer filed to initiate the lawsuit?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to...
probably would have looked very, like, what is this, Latin? I mean, I just kind of trust him to do what he does.
I hear you. Well, I want to walk through a timeline with you.
Okay.
And I want to see if this sounds about correct. As far as your terminations from certain conventions earlier this year, on January 18th of this year, the Phoenix Fan Fusion Convention canceled your appearance there.
That was the first one.
And then January 29th, I think, was roughly when Funimation terminated your contract with them.
Again, I think, what did we say, 27, 28, 26, 27?
Late January.
Yes, sir.
Okay. January 30th, Anime NYC and Anime Milwaukee canceled your appearances there. Is that right?
I'm sorry. I don't remember the dates.
Late January? Does that sound about right? I'm not trying to trick you.
I know you're not. I'm not trying to be evasive.
Right.
I was a mess. I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember dates
He's definitely tried
of these
to trick
things. I knew they were happening, and it was kind of a, it was accumulating thing.
I guess my question is, if the first public statement by Jamie on Twitter, which you allege to be defamatory, obviously Ms. Marchi and I would not agree with that, but if the first one is dated February 6th, I'm trying to figure out how that could have impacted these conventions' decisions prior to the date of her tweets that the cease and desist letter referenced.
It didn't impact the conventions prior to her public statement, obviously. But there were certainly events that canceled me after, and there are presumably events and production companies who might have had me, and when they saw these things, they decided not to.
Object non-responsive after the word obviously. Did you ever have any conversations with Chuck Huber about Jamie's online posts or tweets?
Yes.
What were those conversations?
He contacted me shortly after she had posted, and he said that he's like, Jamie was my writing partner, and I've always had a great relationship with her, and I don't know why she would say this. And my response was basically, dude, I don't know where this came from. I was completely floored when she posted that. And like I said, I've had many interactions with her over the years since this alleged incident, and they have all been positive and friendly. So I told Chuck that, and he told me that that he was concerned because he had written with Jamie, and she was a writing partner of his, and they were good friends.
Okay. Did you ever text with him about Jamie?
I don't recall that I did.
Email?
Not that I recall.
What current model, what's your phone that you use? What
iPhone.
An iPhone? Do you know what model it is?
It's the X, the 10.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
How long have you had that phone?
A couple of months, I think.
Okay, so since what? March? April?
Maybe.
Okay. What was your prior phone that you had?
iPhone 9.
Okay.
I've had every version of them.
Did
Don't
you
be
keep
an
the
Apple
iPhone
cuck, Vic.
9 when you upgraded to the 10?
I sold it, or I intended to sell it.
Okay. Did your text messages, to the extent any hadn't been deleted as part of what you testified about earlier, were those transferred to your new iPhone, your text message conversations?
I assume so. You know how you do the backup, and then when you buy the new phone, the first thing you tell it to do is restore from backup.
Right.
But as I mentioned earlier with the other gentleman, I don't like to scroll through 55 text message conversations. Once a conversation is over, I'll get rid of it so it's easier to find the ones that are current and ongoing.
Okay, let me stop it right there. And I'm going to run to the bathroom in just a second because I broke the seal. I broke the seal on the whiskey, and I'm sorry for that. I really am. But people have been asking, what about this objection to form, objection non-responsive? Objections on deposition are not effective until they are argued before a judge through something called a motion in limine, okay? Objection, no matter what the objection is, except for objection to privilege. Objection to privilege, you say, do not answer that question. That's privileged. And then they can go to a judge and force and get the judge to force you to answer. That's different. Objection non-responsive, objection to form, those things. If you want to strike those statements, you have to do something called a motion in limine. And a motion in limine will strike various evidence prior to it being heard by the finder of fact. In this case, a jury or a judge. Depends. They've both requested a jury, so it's probably going to be a jury. But a motion in limine says this evidence should not appear before the finder of fact because of this valid objection, or because of this problem with the evidence, or this is against the rules of evidence. This is hearsay. This is non-admissible because it's not relevant. All of that stuff that's made by motion prior to trial, and then a judge will determine whether or not that evidence is good enough to get through to trial. If its probative value overrides its prejudicial value, is typically that's a baseline of the standard that judges use. They say, is this evidence more necessary to the case because it helps us discern a material fact more than it damages the party that it's impacting? That's probative value versus prejudicial impact. Okay, that's the baseline test of the rules of evidence. Now, there are other rules out there like hearsay and stuff like that, but the rule of thumb is, because this is what judges care about, does this evidence help me determine what happened more than it hurts the person that the evidence is against? That's the overarching rule of the rules of evidence. So that's what they're looking for here. So all of these statements, these objections, non-responsive, objection to form, objection to whatever, objection to sidebar if you're a weirdo like Casey, none of these actually matter until a motion comes before the court to strike this evidence and make sure it doesn't get before a jury. If they don't do that, then the evidence still goes in. Vic's answer still goes in. The question still goes in, depending on what they want to use. They're just preserving motions because this is deposition. There's not a judge in the room to rule on the objections. This is different from exam and cross-exam. Exam and cross-exam, which has a judge there because you're in a court hearing and you can object to the question or object to the answer at the time it's given, and a court can strike it from the record and instruct the jury not to be influenced by the question or the answer at that time. So let me run to the bathroom real quick. I apologize, but I'm about to, I can't urinate my pants on stream. That would be embarrassing. I'll be right back. Sorry. My liver and kidneys are putting in work. Right now. And if any objection would work, Lemoyne would be like, objection to charisma. Wait. Objection to charisma. Defendant or plaintiff has more charisma in the bangs of his hair than I have in my entire body and life. Objection. All right, let's get back to it.
You mentioned earlier that you have an accountant that helps you with your financial
Yes, sir.
reporting. What is the accountant's name?
Frank Pacella.
Could you spell Pacella, please?
Sure, Pacella.
Where is Frank?
He lives in New York.
Okay. Do you happen to know his email address or his phone number offhand?
Not offhand.
Okay.
I can provide all that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Were you scheduled to appear at a TakoshaCon in 2010?
Wow. That was a lot of events ago, and almost 10 years. I don't, well, yeah, wasn't that the, I believe that the rumors panel that he referenced mentioned TakoshaCon 2010, so I assume I was there.
Okay.
I mean,
Do you recall being uninvited from TakoshaCon at
No,
any
sir.
time?
no, sir, I wasn't there for, I was not there for several years, and then about 3 years ago, they invited me to do an event in Pittsburgh. It was run by the same people that ran TakoshaCon. So they invited me to that event, and I did it, and then they said, we need to get you back to TakoshaCon, and about like the following year or 2 years after, based on availability, I went back to TakoshaCon.
So there was nothing with your non-appearance at TakoshaCon that arose from allegations that you were stalking someone that you can recall?
No.
Funny story. Funny story. I can't tell you what con. I can't tell you what con, and I can't tell you what year yet. But let's just say one con that Vic has been accused of being banned from, which he was not banned from. A certain Chris Sabat allegedly was banned from. For what was Chris Sabat banned from that con for? I won't say the con, and I won't say the year yet. But Chris Sabat, were you banned from a convention for inappropriate conversations with underage cosplayers? Oh, God, that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Chris? I won't say the con and I won't say the year, but at some point, maybe I will. All right, let's go on.
I do want to give you one more exhibit. I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 23. And I'll represent to you that that one's...
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
She's going to attack us if we don't keep the right exhibits down here when the deposition's over. I'll represent to you that this is a letter that your attorney sent to Ms. Marchi in March of 2019, informing her that she needed to preserve all electronically stored information, data, all that kind of stuff. Do you agree that if you, whether directly or through an attorney, were instructing the other parties to this lawsuit to preserve all electronic information that might relate to this case, that you should be doing that also, at least as of that date?
I suppose.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Will you pass the kidney stone?
Hi, Mr. Mignogna. My name is John Volney. I represent Funimation. The first time we met was this morning before this event started, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I just have a few follow-up questions. And I want to start out with the timeline. On January 16th was the date that...
Hold on, sorry. Brain is running just a half second behind. Before we do Volney is the attorney for Funimation, as he just said. Let me do a couple super chats because there are some ones that came in here. Goober Gabber says, it wouldn't surprise me if Jadolf Schantler asked Vic if he sleeps with his socks on. Also, if a hug is unwanted It's sexual harassment. But if it's a consensual hug, it's not related to anything sexual. Get the hell out. Thank you. Nick Sack says, Lawsplaining the Interwebs presents erotic stories from real mosquitoes on a North African riverbed. Kadron Moonjump says, hey, Nick, wanted to thank you for the education and entertainment. Hashtag I stand with Vic. Monica has been a jealous B-word since I've known her in 2006. Also, I DM'd the 16th you for Discord access. Twitter handle is Rollaboycs. Oh, buddy, I'm going to try and find that right now before I forget. Thank you. If I don't get to it, because if I forget by the end of the stream, please email me. That's an easy, and just say Discord access in all caps. Say Discord access, you suck or something, and I will get to you. The Big Fee says, Fook, that mosquito proboscis comment made me laugh so hard. So heartily that I think one of my lungs collapsed. How do I sue you for pain and suffering, Nick? It's impossible. I am lawsuit immune. Jansen Harris says, hate that I can't watch the whole live stream due to work, but thank you for having the courage to stand up for Vic and explaining this case for people like me. Keep up the amazing work. It's my pleasure. Izzy Land says, oh, Nick, from this point on, no more boomer moments. We're almost done. Better not start over. Lol. Vic is Chad and gay. Going, hey, hun, lol, and lobotomy is a raspy rat. Take my super chat, Cherry. Oh, I will. And enjoy every penny. Very much so. Thank you. Thank you. Professor Azriel says, Nick, keep on not giving a fluff. Keep trash talking idiots. It makes me laugh. You're awesome. And have some of the most clever roasts I've heard. Keep fighting for Vic and giving your thoughts. I'm watching with my cousin, by the way. Well, happy viewing to your cousin. Thank you so much. Figatree says, just for that question, I donated another $100 to the GoFundMe. Guys, please donate to the GoFundMe if you can, or share the link. If you're broke, don't be sad. Sharing the link on social media can do a world of good. He is absolutely right. The Gun Kid says, per confidential sources, Vic signed his deed late August 2018. Also, you missed my super chat yesterday telling you where deviancy is codified in Texas law. Look up Texas Admin Code 810.2b8 and 9 and Texas Penal Code 21.01 subsection 1. Thank you. Sean Sweester says, Depos went about how I expected, with the exception that I expected Ron to do worse. I do not recall was better than any other answer he could have provided. From your comments, this is not at all what Maronica expected. No, of course, they did not expect this at all. They expected Vic to fold, and they wanted him to give up. Let me read a couple more. Sean Sweester says, Sam Johnson and Funny Lawyer got to depose Vic before TCPA, but that was not returned per CHUP. Did Ty not request? No, they've not been requested to be deposed. Funimation filed their TCPA, and even if it had been requested before and Funimation filed their TCPA, it would not be allowed absent a motion allowing additional discovery. So it's not a big deal that they haven't been deposed. Really, the TCPA should have been filed long before depositions. They should have never taken place. Monica and Ron did this on a gamble, and I don't think the gamble paid off in the way they think they did. Didacta says, did you get my message before asking if they lose? Jamie and Monica will be official criminals in the public eye. Well, they won't be criminals, but the public should judge them harshly for lying about Vic. By the way, would you say the power of Would you say the power of the fans have made Vic stronger than ever? And Monica and Jamie weaker than ever? I don't know if they've made Vic stronger than ever, but I know they've made Vic stronger than he was in January. At the end of January, when he was being beat down, he's stronger now than he was, and that's great. Shady Stash says, Vic is a good boy. Eric Stein says, Boomer, you forgot the song. Boomer up yesterday showing this video to love what you do. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric Stein. And Martin J says, I am legitimately pissed to hear that Phoenix Fan Fusion canceled Vic first and never rectified it. I would have paid to go and get an autograph on a Full Metal Alchemist poster I have. I know Chris Sabat was there and gave 0 cucks Okay. And finally, Dulcet Tone says, I went to TakoshoCon the year he was there. His panel was so full it was out the door. Also, a caricature artist drew him on the spot and his jaw hit the floor when he was shown it. Also, I'm resending that email tonight to you. Sounds good. All right, let's get back to this. Thank you guys so much for entertaining me as we catch up on some super chats.
The latest Broly movie was released.
Yes, sir. In theaters.
In theaters. And that was the same date that these social media posts started to happen that were accusing you of inappropriate behavior.
Yes, sir.
Did you at that time communicate to anyone at Funimation about those social media posts that were coming out about you?
Yes.
Who did you communicate with?
Justin Cook.
What did you tell Mr. Cook?
I was in recording, and for that Mononokean show that they tweeted that I was replaced in, and I had spoken with him. He was showing me the demographics, or not the demographics. What do you call it? The analytics. You know what I mean, of how well the movie was doing. And I was in his office, and I mentioned the Twitter stuff that had just started at that point, and he said he was very much in agreement. He was like, "It's a bunch of garbage. I know. It's just what a bunch of garbage." And we both agreed that it was, just unfortunate fan garbage.
Man, I hope Justin.
This was not the first time that this sort of what you called fan garbage had come out, coincident with the release of a movie where you provided a voice.
Or an anime series, not a movie, but anime series.
So this had happened before.
Yes, sir.
And so, did you have any other conversations with Funimation at that time?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
What does Justin Cook do for Funimation?
He's, he kind of oversees all of the directors, I believe. I'm kind of embarrassed to say that I don't know what his actual title is. I want to say head of production, but I don't know if that's it for sure. He's been there he and I have been friends, I believed, for a very long time.
When was the next time you had any contact from anyone at Funimation about the social media uproar that was going on?
When the human resources woman called me and said that someone from Sony wanted to have a conversation with me.
Okay, and was the next contact after that human resources call the communication you got from Tammy Denbo at Sony?
Yes, sir.
And then, did you then participate in an interview with Miss Denbo?
We had a phone conversation where she raised the 3 incidents.
Okay, how long did that phone conversation last?
Maybe half an hour, 40 minutes. I don't recall specifically.
Was anyone on the phone besides you and Miss Denbo?
No, sir.
Did you take any notes?
No, sir.
How did that phone conversation end?
With her saying that she would take the information she gathered from me and review it with other people, I don't know who, and get back to me with their decision on it.
Did you consider yourself honest and truthful in your communications with Ms. Denbo?
Absolutely.
Did you, in that conversation, explain to Ms. Denbo that you sometimes had hugs and kisses with fans at anime conventions?
Probably.
Tell me, how is it that you get signed up to be a participant at an anime convention?
The convention organizers...
Are you guys calling John Volney Kermit? How is it that you get accepted to appear at anime conventions or something? Would you like to go ahead and admit that you raped a bunch of people for me? Should we sing a song about rape?
Probably.
Tell me, how is it that you get signed up to be a participant at an anime convention?
The convention organizers will contact people in the industry and invite them to come for the purpose of, attracting fans to come and meet the guy who wrote this show, or the woman who directed that show, or the guy who played this character in this show, or this artist, or...
But who handles it for Vic? Do you, Mr. Mignogna, take the phone calls and get the text messages yourself, or do you have somebody who handles this for you, like an agent?
The vast majority of them are me, and it's because I've been doing it since they started. Even Monica can tell you that when we started in this industry 20 years ago, there were only a handful of very few anime-specific conventions, and they were much smaller. They were in hotels and, very small venues, and the conventions would contact us and just basically say, we'll give you a hotel room and we'll buy you a plane ticket. That's about all we got for you. And so we would go and sign autographs and do Q&A sessions with the fans and talk about Dragon Ball or whatever show the fans were interested in. And over the years, the conventions continued to grow. They kept popping up, but I had a relationship with a large number of the convention organizers personally.
So they would just contact you directly?
Yes, sir.
And would they do it via email, via telephone call, via text message?
Every way.
And so I understand from your earlier testimony, for some of those conventions you actually had a written contract, fair?
Not back then.
I'm talking about in January 2019
Yes, sir.
until today.
Yes.
Fair?
Yes, sir.
You had a contract with many of them?
Yes, sir.
And did some of them you didn't have a contract? It was more of just a verbal agreement?
Yes, sir.
When a convention canceled you, beginning, I think you say the first one canceled you on January 18th of 2019, and that was the Phoenix Fan Fusion event. How did that get communicated to you?
The organizer, Matt Solberg, called me.
For any of the conventions that you claim were canceled as a result of the tweeting by any of the parties here or social media uproar, have you kept records of the communication, like the text message or the email?
I feel like I have to a degree. There have been some of these conventions, a number of them this year, the ones that we're speaking of right now, that the gentleman that I mentioned earlier, Gary Hassan, had represented me to those events. And they contacted him, told him that they were canceling my appearance, and he called me and said, MegaCon has canceled you, or Emerald City has canceled you.
For example, when you say in your petition that Anime NYC and Anime Milwaukee canceled your appearance on January 30th, 2019, are you referring to a text message, an email, or a phone call?
Anime NYC emailed me. And what were the other ones you mentioned, sir?
Anime Milwaukee.
Anime Milwaukee. I honestly don't remember whether they called me or sent me an email.
Do you know whether you were signed up or slated to appear at Anime Milwaukee as of January 30th, 2019?
I can check my schedule. If I was canceled, I can only assume that I was scheduled to go.
And in terms of the person who would have the records of being scheduled and being canceled by a particular convention, that would be you?
Yes, well, for Anime Milwaukee, yes, sir.
Which ones did this gentleman, Gary Hassan, handle for you?
Gary Hassan only handled the pop culture events, like a multi-genre event. I never wanted him to involve himself with the anime-specific conventions, mostly because it's a completely different dynamic, and I had an ongoing, long relationship with a lot of the organizers myself, and
Fair. I take it you've testified that within a few days of your conversation on the telephone with Ms. Denbo, you had a further conversation with the folks at Funimation where they communicated to you that they were terminating your relationship. Fair?
No, sir. I did not speak with Funimation. A couple of days after my initial conversation with Ms. Denbo, she called me back, and there was someone else on the line, a gentleman. I don't remember his name. And they were the ones on the phone that informed me that my employment with Funimation was terminated.
Was Karen Micah on the phone?
Maybe. Possibly.
Was Zach Hall from Sony on the phone?
I don't remember the names.
What do you recall about what they told you?
They told me, quote, "We have finished reviewing the situation and concluded that your employment with Funimation is terminated effective immediately."
Now, you said employment. At the time, you had an independent contractor agreement with Funimation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't like a W-2 employee where they provided you benefits. You got paid by the hour for
Yes,
your
sir.
voice acting work. Fair?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
And then, did Funimation make any public statement at the time that it terminated you?
No, sir. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, they told me on the phone that they had no intention of making any public statement, and I didn't either.
Did you thereafter make any public statements about the social media uproar situation that was going on?
Relating to what specifically?
Relating to Funimation's termination of the relationship?
No, sir. I was rather ashamed. I was embarrassed.
Got it. You have a personal Twitter account, I take it?
Yes, sir.
And you, from time to time, have issued tweets that relate to the social media uproar that we've been talking about today. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lemoyne asked you some questions about this subject matter. I don't really want to go into it in detail, but my understanding from looking at these posts and some of the tweets is that there was quite a bit of turmoil and strife between the Kick Vic supporters and the I Stand With Vic supporters. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Were you concerned about that at any time?
Yes, I was.
So what's the next exhibit number?
24.
24? Can I have the sticker? Guys, I'll show you. My friend here is going to show you exhibit 24. Is this a tweet that you published on February 8th, 2019?
I assume so, yes.
In your tweet, you say that it has come to your attention that there have been threats made toward others by fans in support of me. See that?
Yes, sir.
What are you referring to there?
I had heard just through the normal, gossip and interaction that people were making threatening statements. Bless you. I had not seen any of those statements. I honestly don't even know if such statements ever existed. I never saw any, but all you need to do is tell me, hey, your fans have threatened to do this, and I tweeted, hey, don't do that.
Don't do that, Vic.
Part of the point of this February.
Don't try to police the internet. Never. These people are such liars. They're so awful. If you try and do the right thing, if you try and police the internet, you will never, ever police it enough. You will never be good enough. That's why you don't apologize. That's why you don't try to police the internet. That's why you don't tell someone they did something wrong. That's why you don't ask people not to use your name in something. You don't do it because you can never do it hard enough for them. It has to become your entire life's obsession to correct everything everyone ever does, ever, that could even remotely be possibly associated to you. And that's not your job. It never was. You're never, guys, you are never responsible for the words of others unless you specifically induce them to say them. If you said, you go out, let me give you money, let me give you some reward, let me do something for you to go out and harm people, then you might be responsible. Other than that, you do not owe anybody. Listen, you never have to apologize for your fans saying that Mars Girl's arms drag so far behind her that she's tickling Neanderthals when she walks. You never have to say that Mars Girl's breasts drag so low on the floor that she gets off on walking because her nipples are titillated by the gravel under her feet. You never have to suggest that Mars Girl is so hideously ugly that men run away farther than her reach, which is almost impossible. You never have to apologize for that. These people, you don't have to ever account for what someone else says. And anyone who tells you that you do, anyone who ever, well, aren't you going, how dare you? How dare you? Aren't you going to tell them to stop doing this? No. Your fans are your fans. No matter what, those people have your back, and you can never account for everything they say, and you never, ever should, because you're not responsible. You're never responsible. Ever. Never apologize. These people, the only reason they want your apology or your rebuke to your supporters is two things. They want your apology so they can rub your face in it like a bad dog. They want the rebuke to your supporters to separate you from your support, and that's it. Never trust these people. The same people tried to ruin your life and have you dead. Why would you listen to them now? Lessons learned, people.
Hey, your fans have threatened to do this, and I tweeted, hey, don't do that.
Don't.
Part of the point of
that.
this February 8th tweet is to let the any folks who might be engaged in threatening or intimidating behavior, that they shouldn't do that. Fair?
Let me be clear, perfectly clear. I would never condone that.
And that's in fact what you say in the tweet.
Yes, sir.
And do you know if this particular tweet had any effect on that sort of online fighting that was going on?
I don't know. I hope so.
Counselor, this should be 27, not 24.
Do we need to remark
Well,
it?
let's just write 20.
He ended at 26, and you were filling in a gap.
Is mine okay? Or is
Yeah,
this-
just write 27 on it. The record will reflect.
Is it okay? Am I allowed to do this?
Yeah.
You're allowed.
Now, we spent a lot of time today talking about Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi. What is it that you allege that Funimation did to harm you or to defame you?
Well, first of all, I don't believe they really had any legitimate reason to do what they did. After the conversation ended with Miss Denbo, I honestly believed that when they called me back, they were going to say, you're on some kind of probation for a year, you know what I mean? And if we have any other complaints, then, you know what I mean? That's really what I thought would happen. So when...
Do you hear that in his voice? You notice what he's not doing. He's not grandstanding on the fact that he's choking up right now. You can hear it. You can hear it coming through. He's working through it. He's not sitting there sobbing. He's not a damsel. He's not a Mary Sue. He's not any of these things. Just a guy who's emotional. He's working through what's going on. But he's recounting the destruction of his entire life's work.
You're on some kind of probation for a year, you know what I mean? And if we have any other complaints, then, you know what I mean? That's really what I thought would happen. So when they terminated me, I was surprised, to say the least. And the last thing she said was, like I mentioned earlier, we're not going to be making any public statements. And then a week later, roughly, a week or 10 days later, Funimation, someone at Funimation, from Funimation's account, tweeted that I was being replaced, and they continued to tweet that they don't condone sexual harassment, which, you know, any reasonable person would infer that that's what they were terminating me for. And that did an enormous amount of damage.
Let me ask you, let's look at Exhibit 7. It should be in that notebook in front of you.
Good answer.
Is that the February 11 Funimation tweet, Exhibit 7?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does Funimation anywhere in that Twitter thread use the word sexual?
Doesn't matter.
No, sir.
Do you know whether Funimation condones any kind of harassment or threatening behavior being directed at anyone?
They do. Say yes.
I don't know. I don't know.
They clearly do. They clearly do. They have voice actors dumping on their fans, harassing fans. They have all sorts of voice actors harassing people all the time. Of course. Of course they do. They love harassment when it comes from the right person.
I think you testified earlier that with respect to the first tweet on this page, Exhibit 7, there's nothing untrue about that particular statement. Fair?
Yes, that was just a statement of fact that I had been recast in that show.
And then looking at the subsequent tweets, you would agree with me that there's nothing untrue about the following statement. Part of our core mission is to celebrate the diversity of the anime community and to share our love for this genre and its positive impact on all. Fair? Nothing untrue about that.
Nothing what about it?
There's nothing untrue about that.
I can't speak to what Funimation's core mission is. I mean, only Funimation can do that.
Okay, fair. Do you share that core mission yourself?
Absolutely.
And with respect to the second sentence of the next tweet, which I think is clarified at the bottom, Funimation makes the statement, we do not condone any kind of harassment or threatening behavior being directed at anyone. You see that?
Yes, sir.
They don't mention Vic Mignogna in that sentence at all, do they?
No, sir.
And what your argument is that you must infer that they're referring to your conduct. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Now, is
Which
this
is defamation.
the only public statement that Funimation has made about the Vic Mignogna situation that you're aware of?
As far as I know, yes.
Certainly from February 11th, 2019 to today, there have not been any other tweets by Funimation
No,
that
sir.
you're aware of. Fair?
No, sir.
Let me ask a few follow-up questions here and I think we can wrap this up. If a particular convention terminated you before February 11th, 2019, you would have to agree that that particular convention did not terminate you because of Funimation's tweet. Fair?
Not necessarily.
Why do you say that?
Well, if someone from Funimation privately contacted a convention and said, we're not going to sponsor your show if you have this guy, and then the convention contacts me and says, we're not having you. Now, I don't know that that happened, but I don't know that it didn't. So not necessarily.
Well, assuming that didn't happen, and the only public statement by Funimation about its termination of you is this February 11th tweet, then Funimation's communication could not have caused the termination of a convention that occurred to you before February 11th. Fair?
No, I'm not going to assume that that didn't happen.
Do you have any personal knowledge of any such event occurring?
Yes. Yes,
Not
you
yet.
do.
But I have been, as I mentioned earlier, I have heard rumblings from the convention community and organizers and Gary Hassan that a sponsor, a large sponsor who was fostering relationship with one of the large convention organizers, put enormous pressure on the conventions not to have me.
John?
Yes.
I don't think he understood the question. If I could jump in, he's asking, did the tweet itself, just the tweet, cause any damage before it was sent out?
Right.
No, I thought, no.
Yeah, okay, so let me back up, because it was a long question. It's a long question.
If Funimation couldn't have had any involvement before the tweet, and my answer is sure they could, privately in closed back channels.
Right, but in terms of what you know, you don't know any specific conduct by Funimation that occurred privately in back channels to somehow stymie you from getting a convention job or keeping a convention job. Fair?
No, not fair.
I'm so sorry, John. Please say it again.
It sounds to me like you've heard rumors or you've made assumptions that Funimation may have done something privately as a sponsor of a convention to get you canceled. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Other than rumors, do you have any other evidence of that sort of behavior by Funimation?
Not at present.
Who at Funimation would even do that?
I don't know people at
I would
Funimation
encourage
backstab
you
me.
to look at some of the statements made by Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi and Ron Toy talking about Funimation this and Funimation that and Funimation knows this and everybody at Funimation that. And I mean, they have, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Brandished the Funimation name and, you know, and I'm quite certain. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I can only again I can only assume. I think a reasonable person would assume that there were entities at Funimation that did not like me for whatever reason and wanted me gone, did not want me to play the character Broly that I'd been playing for 15 years. And so to ask me the question, your question was who at Funimation would do that?
Well, when you
I think it's been established there are people at Funimation that don't like me much and wanted me gone.
Well, when you say that there are people at Funimation who don't like you much and wanted you gone, who are you referring to specifically?
Chris Sabat.
Is he a Funimation employee?
I would say he has a great deal of weight at Funimation. A great deal of weight.
You could have just stopped at weight, Vic. He's a fatso.
And I mean, yes, he is probably. Funimation outsources production to his studio. Chris Sabat has been involved with Funimation since Funimation was in the Frost Bank building on 820 when I started working there. So Chris Sabat, for one.
Who else?
I would say other voice actors and directors.
Can you name names?
Do I have to? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not a name namer. I'm not that kind of a person.
This is kind of a bridge burning exercise we're going through, so let's burn the bridges. Who else?
Yeah, the bridge is kind of burned, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to say. This is my chance to ask you questions.
Yeah, do it.
Who besides Chris Sabat at Funimation?
Monica Rial, Jamie Marchi, Damon Mills, Sarah Weidenhefty. God, anybody else who's ever said anything? Chris Rager, Josh Martin. I know these people are unimportant.
I would
DC
wager
Douglas,
that voice actors like
Sean Schemmel,
Monica Rial, Jamie Marchi, J. Michael Tatum, by their own admission on the Twitter storm, the other voice actors that have been employed by Funimation for many, many years. Mike McFarland, Colleen Klinkenbeard, Damon Mills, Sean Schemmel. See, what Funimation may not get is that these voice actors have been employed by them for many years, and when they speak, the public at large sees Funimation.
Got it. Is Ron Toy a voice actor?
No, sir.
What is he? What does he do for a living?
I don't know.
Does he have any business type of relationship with Funimation?
I don't know. I don't even really know him.
So do you ever go to Funimation? When you were working for Funimation, I take it you would occasionally go to their studios?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see Ron there?
Not to my recollection. Unless I passed him in the course of, in the hallway. He's Monica's boyfriend. That's his connection here, as far as I know.
Okay, so in terms of what you know about Ron's connection to Funimation, it is that Ron is Monica Rael's boyfriend.
That's my only knowledge of Ron Toy.
And to your knowledge, Monica is a voice actor who occasionally works on an hourly basis for Funimation. Fair?
No, sir. She works a lot for many years and has directed at Funimation. I would
Similar to your relationship with Funimation that you talked about earlier.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Oh my God.
And we're going off the record at 5:39.
Thanks, Drew.
You know when Usain Bolt set the world record for the 100-meter dash, what's he do? When he's out ahead of the pack and he's running full sprint, and then he looks and he goes, these fools are way behind, and he slows down, throws out his arms, and laughs as he strolls across the finish line, shattering the world record. That's how Vic ended that deposition. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. First of all, absolutely BTFO's Ron Soye. Look, I'm friends with Vic. I want him to get better. I only know him as Monica's boyfriend. I don't even know the guy. I don't know anything about him. Oh God. Ron is putting the burn cream on his anus for that one, and not for the good reasons that he wants, not for his man crush on Vic. Ron is putting the burn cream because he just got absolutely roasted and realized that Vic doesn't even care that he exists, doesn't know a thing about him. I don't know this guy. I don't know anything about him. He's just Monica's little Klingon. He's hanging to the hairs on her anus after a particularly nasty burrito session, and Monica is known for some nasty burrito sessions. That's Ron Toye to me. Just a disgusting little nugget out there. Then he absolutely Funimation. Well, and you just know Monica's a voice actor. Actually, no. Monica has done a lot of work for Funimation. She has directed for them. She's an employee, kind of like your relationship. Yep. Now, if Vic just comes out and says, yeah, I think I'm an employee of Funimation, and I think Monica is even more of an employee of Funimation. Oh, brutal, absolutely brutal. No way did that end up the way John Volney wanted it to end up. Not at all. Well, who at Funimation? I mean, who at Funimation has badmouthed you? This guy, this ugly lady, a whole bunch of other people, probably. Everyone at Funimation who commented about it. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Why didn't you stop them? Hey, John, why didn't Evan Stone, in-house counsel for Funimation, why didn't he stop them? Why didn't they issue anything stopping them? Hey, let's just not talk about this Vic thing. Let's not do it. The Mickey's 40 ounces says, check your messages. Vic is spot on. Ex-funny employee here. I can help clear up stuff. You're the one who keeps telling me to check my voicemail. I will, buddy. I actually remember missing your call, or seeing that I missed your call. I will call you. Don't worry, buddy. I will. All right. We've got Sammy Sam. No, wait. Malfris. Malfris says, I just watched your Ron vid you streamed days ago, and I can't help but laugh at Ty and Carrie's over-the-mic whisper. Carrie says,
He doesn't know much at all. Ty, bet you $50 I can get him to answer the next one. Very funny. Sammy Sam says Lemoyne is difficult to listen to and he makes chewing noises and sounds like a goat. Wouldn't it help Monica if they establish her as an employee for Funimation? Yes. Yes, that would be actually the best move Monica could make right now, is suggest that Funimation somehow it has a duty to indemnify her that she was acting in the course of her employment. That would be great. If it continues, do you think her defense team will go that route? I think they will. Ultimately, I think they will at least make that argument. Didacta says this is exactly what my mother would do, twisting the stories to make my dad appear to be abusive when she abused me, taking advantage of my autism. But the day I chose to live with my dad was the best choice I ever made. Well, I'm glad that worked out for you, buddy. Gulf City Cult of Krill says, I am an engineer. I do not understand how hypothetical situations can be construed as facts. They can't. They're not. They are hypothetical. And that does hurt their credibility. All right, guys. That's all. That's all of Vic's deposition. It is done. It is done. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read Super Chats. There are many of them. It will take a while. Many of you check out during the Super Chat section, and that is fine. I very much appreciate you coming. I very much appreciate you staying and hanging out and participating in the chat. And I very much appreciate you your viewership and all of that good stuff. Listen, tomorrow night, Ty Beard will give us an update on the case, his thoughts on the deposition, all of that stuff. Come watch tomorrow. If you want, the only good interaction you're going to get from anybody with a stake in this case is here tomorrow night. Law Twitter, those chumps have no stake in this case. And by the way, Monica, Ron, Jamie, if you morons are listening to the dumb, idiot drive-by lawyers on Law Twitter who are taking a snippet of a case and propagandizing it for you, if you're thinking that they are going to be there when you don't pay or when you can't pay your legal bills, if you think that they're going to be there to run your motion hearing, if you think that they're going to be there when they're shown wrong and you lose that TCPA hearing and then you lose that summary judgment hearing and then you have to go to trial, if you think any of those morons are going to own up to it and have a shred of accountability for it, I got news for you. They will pretend like you don't exist. They will pretend. They will forget you faster than they forget the cases that they've lost. And my God, don't look at their records. Don't look at their records. They don't care about you. They're in it for the clout, for the dunking opportunity. And that dunking opportunity is misplaced on someone with a more successful firm that has been around longer than all of them. But they're definitely, they're sitting there juicing you, right? They're milking you and hoping that they'll be right. But if they're wrong, they're not going to be around to pay your legal bills. They're not going to be around to do any of it, and they will never own up. They'll say, well, judge did that. I didn't know all the facts. The things I commented about were correct, but I just didn't know. I just didn't know how it was going to turn out. I mean, I said they will definitely win the TCPA. They will definitely win at summary judgment if they don't definitely win the TCPA. This case will never see a jury. That's what I said all that. Actually, they'll just ignore it. I'm sure they'll say I said all that, but what I really meant was, anything can happen in court, and then they'll just disappear and they'll go talk about anything else, because that's how Law Twitter always works. They're a mob and they're fickle, and by the way, they all universally hate anime fans. You picked poor allies, because the second that you are done, they will dump you. They will call your fans, smelly and disgusting, and they will move on. They will make fun of them for being incels. They will make fun of them for living in their mom's basement or watching some nerd hobby. They don't care about your community in the slightest. Law Twitter are garbage. You'll learn it very quickly. Just watch them. Just watch them as they move like vultures from case to case. They don't care about the people that are impacted. They don't care about the lawsuits that they actually impact because they give some shred of false hope to some dummy out there like you. You're the dummy in this situation. They give some shred of false hope, and then when they lose, they just move on and pretend they never said a word about it. Have fun. Those are the allies you picked. You know what allies I would have picked if I was you? If I was you, and I'm not giving you marketing advice, I would have picked the people who pay for my product. I would have chosen to mobilize, empathize, and figure out what makes tick the people who buy my movies, the people who come to my autograph line. But instead, you called those people racists. You called those people sexists. You called them incels. You insulted their sexuality. You insulted their masculinity. You insulted their femininity. You insulted every single thing about the people who pay your bills, and instead you put your trust in some fat, balding idiot from North Carolina who can't pay for his own medical equipment because his law practice is such a fucking failure. That's where you put your stock, not in the people who supported you for 20 years. How dumb are you? How dumb are you? Let's get more of these super chats. All right, now we're gonna get into super chats. Sorry, I had to drop a little truth there. Darian the Ghoul says, I'm glad he said J. Michael Tatum. He used to be one of my favorite voice actors next to Vic. Even got to meet him until he sided with Jamie, claiming he would never backstab friends, even though he publicly stated Vic is a good friend. Isn't it amazing? I'll never backstab friends, just Vic. Just Vic. Heart of Perpetual Ice says, last part, I'm going to miss Jay Fuhrer's fascination with underage girls throughout this deposition. Blink Your Eyes 1400 says, any news on the Buck with C Commander lawsuit? Not yet. Argolith says, how many booms does it take to get to the center of a boomer? After this, do you have a layout plan for the week? Yes, tie tomorrow. Just check out tomorrow's show. Should be good. RM Etchy Lover. I'm going to call it Ecky, just to torque people off. RM Ecky Lover says, drink the whole bottle every time Nick boomers. Oh, don't do that. You'll die. Angel Rin 89 says, tell me I'm not the only one who thinks Jamie's lawyer sounds like Burger King foot lettuce guy. I can't not hear it, and it's quite unnerving. Heart of Perpetual Ice says, clarification, I know it's case relevant, but it's like a broken record of asking Vic about his underage fangirls, and it's uncomfortably hilarious. Are you a con slut? Blazian Domo says, please don't go full boomer mode tonight, Nick. I don't think I did. Only maybe partial boomer. Insane Hippie Insane says, 40K TV show announced based on Eisenhorn based Inquisitor. Can't wait. Lord Bear 92 says, first time donation. Hey, thank you. And a new subscriber. Hey, thank you. Didacta says, if Monica and Jamie lose the case, does that mean they are the legal definition of defamation and officially criminals in the public eye? Not criminals, but they will not look good. Ben Frog says, if you missed episode 3, still watching episode 4, first spoil / ruin the whole saga, or will watching episode 4, first spoil / ruin the whole saga, asking for a friend. No, it will not. Guns Down in Hail says, Mumkey Jones quit the internet. What a cuck. Very strange play by Mumkey. Mumkey, 14-year-olds don't control your life unless you let them. Very, very weird. Very weird. Lily Liver says, you got me into 40K, but I'm still new, never actually played yet. Do you have tips for who I should choose for my first kill team, faction, and units? I have a Salamanders kill team that was graciously donated to me by Marty. I'm looking to get a Custodian kill team and a Grey Knights kill team. I can't tell you who to use. I've not played a lot of 40K. I love to read the books. I haven't played a lot. Real Esper says, the best I saw was Ron's missing jawline. Oh, that was a good name. Yes. May MH Tardis 21 says, I never cared much about anime. What they're doing to Vic is terrible. Keep up the good work. Who made your outro song? I love it. That is My Room Records, and the link is in the description. Go give that guy a listen. He's great. He's a wonderful guy, very talented musician. The one says, if anyone is storming Area 51, please take some armor. Please don't storm a military institution. If you think they can't get all of you, they can. Nocturnus says, I had to get a CPAP when I was younger. I made $10 an hour at the time and paid the $1K bill out of pocket. This guy is a total skid. Yeah, absolutely. Hector Monsaves says, are traps gay? Well, I think so, but maybe it depends on the trap. Blackguard 4 says, in my opinion, so many on the Kick Vic side seem to have the belief that the accusation is the evidence and that the women would never lie for gain. Due process seems to be a foreign concept. And trust me, women and men and children and lawyers and judges and cops and everybody will lie for gain. Everybody will lie for gain. What you have to do is steel yourself against the possibility and weigh the words and the credibility of the person in front of you. Are they lying to you now? Because everybody will lie for gain at some point in their life. The question, what that point is unanswered. Now, I express that I will never lie to you. But will I never lie in my life? That'd be silly. I lie to my kids. That's just a thing. You have to sometimes tell a little white lie. I try not to have any of them do damage. I will never lie about this case. Ever. I will give my opinion. You know my biases. And you can determine what you will from that. But I will never lie to you about facts that I have. Sash J says, Nick in the deposition, Funny's lawyer asked Vic if the tweet about not condoning harassment was the only tweet that referenced the Vic situation. Doesn't that imply it was referencing Vic? Well, yeah, it does, doesn't it? It does. Criminal Imagination says, I am the sheepdog, I am the walrus. Coo, coo, ka-choo. Chris Sora 2066 says, Obi-Wan Rekieta says, hello there, Cuck Führer Lemoyne. General Rekieta, you are a Chad one. Thanks, Nick, for everything you're doing. Come to Ireland. I would love to. Ireland is on my short list. My only regret from law school is not going to Dublin to take constitutional law from Scalia before he died over a summer. I really wish I could have. I just could not get me, my wife, and my kids to Ireland for like 6 to 8 weeks. And I really wish I would have. Conspiratorial Walnut says, Monica and Ron are so broke their lawyers are eating the microphones to try and survive. Press F to pay respects to their perseverance. Critical Hit Gaming, thank you for the donations. Snubbirth13 says, there is a 3-year-old video on Facebook with Vic clapping back publicly at Christian protesters against gay marriage. Some homophobe. Yep. That's great. Known Important says, Vic going ultra Chad instinct on Lemoyne. Unbeknownst X12 says, someone who's telling the truth doesn't need semantics or runarounds. Those are straight, concise, and direct answers. I noticed you said straight as a homophobe. The Game Idea Guy says, check out the Game Idea Guy. 100% guaranteed there won't be any need of an iron lung to breathe. Guyver XZ says, Mad Vic enters Broly mode. Mad Vic enters Broly mode. Ethan Hunt says, would you agree with me that you're in the wrong? I love that one. Death Tree Origin says, nice, just got off work, got my rhino milk, and I'm ready to for Vic to show off how much of a Chad he is. Angel Ren 89 says, Shane claimed on Twitter that he never said he was friends with Vic. Shane, I know you're dumb, but the rest of us aren't. We have video evidence. There you go. Goust X says, the Don is with hashtag I stand with Vic. Mr. Shadow 513 says, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Not one time. I did not. John, I may have touched her a little bit. May have jiggled them fat rolls a little bit, like a little chubby. Hillary's looking like a skeleton, like a little chubby in my lap. John Albert says, can I get an F in chat for Jack Daniels? He's not dead. Nick just doesn't have any taste in alcohol. Oh, Jack Daniels, come on, don't do that to me. No One Important says, that betrayal on Vic's face, I want to hug him. Funny Guy, thank you for the donation. Kyle Rambler says, why did he say motion to strike on his letter answer? Vic's answer saying, guess she didn't really want an apology was heartfelt. F. Führer Lemoyne. Well, he wrote the motion, or he said the objection and then the motion to strike to preserve it. Doesn't mean he'll get it, but it's not the answer that he wanted. Not the answer that he wanted. Skeetneed says, Nick, whose house did you break into? It's a different person every night. I'm just breaking into random houses in the Twin Cities. Shrimp Noodles, thanks for the donation. Finfrock says, Mr. Dolan, you dare misgender me. Jay Sean Ree. Paul Campbell says, I've never donated to anything on YouTube before, but I enjoy your legal streams, Nick. Keep up the great work. Also, if you're looking for some nice tunes during the day, check out the band Pallbearer. I will do so. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I'm happy to be your first. Thank you. Lord Blackwind says, if Ron broke up with Monica, then testified against Monica, how would that affect him? Wouldn't affect him at all in any negative way. Ron and Monica are not married, which means they can testify against each other. And most importantly, Ron has testified over and over that Monica gave him the information about the hotel and all this stuff. Monica and Ron are two separate entities. They're not married. Those two are sufficient to commit civil conspiracy. Those two. Now, they hired the same lawyer who is representing both of them, and that poses a potential conflict. Had they hired separate lawyers, they could have each tried to throw the other under the bus. Now, in the back, they could have pretended that they love each other and said, we're just doing this for appearances and for our legal defense. And then each thrown the other person under the bus, say, well, this person was doing this and I was backing them up, or this person was doing this and I was backing them up, but we actually didn't confirm. They could have tried to pin it on the other person. This actually happens in criminal cases quite a bit. When you have two defendants who are both accused of the same crime, and they each blame the other one, and the evidence doesn't actually end up convicting either of them. That could work in a civil case as well. They've chosen the same lawyer. That same lawyer is treating them as one entity, even though they're not. Civil conspiracy is still very much on the table for all candidates, but especially for Ron and Monica, who have admitted to speaking about this prior to it happening. Very interesting. Let's see. Jimbo Bobo says, love you, Nick. Shout out to 3C and Locky Poo. Hey, thanks, buddy. Mix Waffles, thank you for the donation. Mulker3 says, Base Tie Beard intervening with something other than objection to form. Soundboard, love the work, Nick. Keep it up. My pleasure, buddy. Thank you. Forge says, was Monica wearing a noose around her neck too? I don't know if a noose could hold that. Bill Garner says, say it, brother. JD1989 says, Nick, your savage level tonight is over 9,000. Well, I'm getting a little bit tired of these people. Randstein Hernandez says, hey, Monica, what are you worth? What do you worth? The things you love are the people you hurt. Ozzy Girl says, this mob was spawned in part because Vic is a conservative. SJWs consider conservatives evil. I agree. No One Important says, oh man, if Vic comes back, he can take all of Jamie's. Can he take all of Jamie's roles, please? Also, Jamie is a sneaky bee. Can't say that on Super Chats. Karuku says, DM'd you 2 IzumiCon vids on Twitter. OPs are possible. Oh, wait. At Literally Made T4, both filmed possibly after Jellybean incident. OPs are possible witnesses. Maybe they have a vid. I'll have to see if I can find it. William Vanilla says, Vic's the gayest straight man there is, not homophobic. I agree. Narutaru says, Vic reminds me of Shield Hero. Woman destroys his life on false accusations. Everyone in the kingdom turns on him as well as his reputation. Bubblegum Babeface says, I was in prison with women. People who trust sob stories out of the gate without evidence are people who haven't been lied to often. A woman will lie to get what she wants if she knows you'll buy it. So will a man. I don't want to make this about women, although the problem with this is men are inclined to believe women. They are. They're inclined to believe it unless they specifically guard against it. Maybe they're just after that sweet V. But what they will do is they will listen to the sob story and they will believe it and they will empathize, if for nothing else than their own biological imperative to reproduce. They have to guard against it specifically, but men will also lie, of course. The Game Idea Guy says, Jamie, Vic wants me. Vic thought, no, I don't. JD1989 says, sorry, Jamie, Vic isn't attracted to Oklahoma trailer trash. No One Important. No One Important says, no man would touch Jamie, so maybe Ron. Sven Sorensen says, is it just me or is Vic getting younger as he gets angrier? I think so. Alex Blackfoot says, hey, Nick, I sent you an email in regards to a thing. All right, buddy. Mulker3, quote, are you aware of conversations between people who aren't you? Quote, do you have any evidence of these conversations that you don't know about? They're great questions. They're great questions. Cypress says, Riot Games removed all of Vic's lines from a character in League of Legends and replaced the voice lines with somebody nobody likes. I heard they do that, though. I don't know if that was specifically Vic related. I heard they do that often with the characters, but I don't know anything about it. That's just what I've heard. Golden Apple says, when will court happen? Oh, it's a ways away. It's a ways away. Ichisinko says, I spat out my food at I had no interest in Jamie. Why? Why? Did you think that Vic was attracted to Jamie? I'm sorry. Not to bring this up, but look at Michelle Specht. Michelle is very pretty. Jamie is not Michelle Specht. Vic seems to have a type, and Jamie Marchi is not it. Never has been. Inst1NKT says, hearing this from his mouth is heartbreaking. Indie Visualist says, I noticed that if Vic does not know an answer, he pauses and tries to remember the right answer as opposed to Ron and Monica, who just seem to not recall. Yeah, and maybe to his detriment. However, I think it'll ultimately help him. It'll build his credibility with anyone there. Wingser012 says, all we need now is that smoking gun to seal the deal. Trust me. I think that smoking gun is coming. I think it's coming. Angel Ren 89 says, oof, Jamie got BTFO. Senpai never noticed her. Ike 13D says, what you don't know is that the papers are actually stored inside the microphone. Yeah. Let me just get the next list of super chats out. Geraldo Vigil, thank you for the donation. Pie Baker says Jadolf didn't want to call them ugly because he would be calling himself ugly. SM Skorks 89 says, please play back the part where Vic called Pull a repository of garbage and don't interrupt it this time, you boomer. Where was that? Dang it. It was somewhere around 14 minutes, wasn't it?
Sorry to make you flip back and forth.
Sure.
But in the paragraph that goes from the first page to the second page that your lawyer wrote, it said that tweet. I'm going to tweet.
Okay.
All right. Give yourself a moment to read that.
Okay.
And my questions might sound familiar to you.
Where was that?
The
Was that
first
in the
one
last video?
is your name stated in this tweet?
No, sir.
Is there any?
Okay, that was on the last video. I'll get it pulled up. We'll see if we can find it here. In just a moment. Maybe I'll mute it while I go through it. I think it was.
And we're back on the record for the beginning of.
Okay, let me mute that. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Looking for it. Hold on. I'm not a boomer. Don't boomer me. Don't make fun of me. Please. Please don't make fun of me. Here we go.
On April 25th,
To know about other people.
Here it comes. Here comes the clip. I'll pull it up.
show you what we're going to mark as Exhibit 25.
Get ready.
I'll represent to you that Exhibit 25 represents a Google Docs repository that's associated with prettyuglylittleliar.net. This particular Google Doc was pulled on April 25th, 2019, and it goes through a series of allegations and links associated with people who have made statements about you over the years, but you've never read it, correct? Never been through Pretty Ugly Little Liars to see what was being said about you?
No, sir.
When's the first time you can recall allegations of sexual harassment being raised against you in your career as a voice actor?
Can I ask you to define sexual harassment?
Okay, it was before this.
Unwanted-
Sorry.
Information to that effect.
It's right here somewhere.
Are you familiar with a website called prettyuglyliar.net?
I've heard of it.
Have you ever gone on and looked at it?
No, sir.
Why not? What have you, well, let me strike that. What have you heard about it?
I'm sorry?
What have you heard about it?
I have heard that it's just a repository for garbage.
About who?
Anybody.
Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty sure there was a Thai chuckle at the end. At the end of that. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Website called prettyuglyliar.net.
I've heard of it.
Have you ever gone on and looked at it?
No, sir.
Why not? What have you, well, let me strike that. What have you heard about it?
I'm sorry?
What have you heard about it?
I have heard that it's just a repository for garbage.
About who?
Anybody. You. I mean, anybody. No one. Anybody.
Did you hear that Thai chuckle? Did you hear that Thai chuckle? He goes, he couldn't even stop himself. Oh God! All of the ugly old hags on Poe just BTFO'd immediately by a lawyer from Texas. That's all it took. Oh God. Okay, sorry. Lady Serena Kitty says, second super chat, is anyone else really creeped out by Lemoyne's creepy pedo voice? There you go. TLJ Screwjob says, exactly like with Crow, same day as announcement. Tomoki Sakurai says, Nick in the chat, what would you guys rather be, a Chad Vic or a Virgin Soye? Oh, a Chad Vic every day. No one important says, a few more dollars for Kick Vic tears and pauses. You do you, Nick. Hey, thank you. Will do. Tomato Bread Orgasm says, hey, JT Master, you're a whiny little bee, censored by Google. Joey Rudolph says, your boy Nick got claws. Well, sometimes. Not So Ninja Joe says, looks like getting Vic mad is backfiring a bit. Flex fire. Labyrinth 9000 says, any words to Kick Vic people lurking in the chat? I think I said them earlier. Mario Carter, isn't it a shame that you had to come here to watch them? To all the Kick Vic people who, I don't think any of you are still around, but isn't it a shame that your side doesn't care about you so much that they wouldn't even show you the video? The day I showed the first Ron Toye deposition, the first Ron Toye video, those morons should have immediately found some KickVic YouTuber, which is going to be someone with 5 subscribers or whatever, to release the full videos with no context and no commentary. Why in God's name are they this stupid that they didn't do that? All they had to do was find some nobody. They could have found Therese or somebody who no one cares about. And they could have given them the video and say, just release this and don't say a word. Just upload the video. You'll get 200,000 views on it tomorrow. That's all they had to do. And they didn't, because they hate you. They hate you. I'm talking to Kick Vic, the supporters, the hand jobbers on Twitter and Facebook who are supporting Monica Rial. First of all, she'll never sleep with you. Second of all, that's a favor, because if she did, you'd probably be crushed to death and it would be disgusting. But it doesn't matter. They hate you so much that they made you come watch me to get the video. And I told them months ago, if you fight confidentiality, I will work so hard to bring the deposition videos to you, because I don't like transcripts. I will bring the videos if I can swing it. And was there any doubt in your mind that I would get those deposition videos? They knew. They knew. And I'm pretty sure Ty indicated to them that these would be released publicly. And they hate you so much that they made you watch my show. And by the way, thank you for your patronage. Every single view is money in my pocket. Monica and Ron, thank you for being so short-sighted and so bad at this and so stupid that you would force your supporters to watch my video to get access to this. That's what I have to say to Kick Vic in the chat. God, they hate you. It's so funny because you're there. You're like, we support you, Monica. And she's like, you're a rapist. You're a racist. I hate you. I hate everything. Oh, wait, you support me? Well, then maybe I like you. Then maybe. Please shower before you come to my line, though. And please bring money. I need you to bring money to my line. Please do that. Disgusting. Disgusting. Mario Carter 13 says, how dare you sue? I'll defend Milady pro bono. I don't need these. Forever 229 says, you mean that buzzing I've been hearing wasn't your phone? Well, it might have been my phone, but it also might have been theirs. I couldn't tell you. Enter the QB says, I love how Vic is hyping up these next lawsuits. They're very interesting. Asia Fraser says, friendly Vic sounds kind of gay. Piss composed business Vic sounds freaking epic and possibly swoon worthy. This is likely the Vic that gets the ladies. Finfrog says, isn't there some cuck stream people like the JT Masters should be whining to instead of hearing from the well-read lawyer on his own stream? Maybe, but there isn't because they won't give them the videos. Monica gave me the videos to release. How embarrassing. That's a joke. Miles Tales Power Fan 9 says, I think I heard Tide say, what the hell at Jay's slime. Yami Fan 1 says, did you see that Liberty City Anime Con just dumped Vic? Is there a way we can fix this? Look, I'm waiting for more information on Liberty City Anime Con. What I can tell you is that if you want to help Vic at Liberty City Anime Con, express politely and supportively your feelings to the con. Ryan Kopf probably would appreciate the backup from people who are going to the convention. So if you have a plan on going to Liberty City Anime Con, tell Ryan Kopf, tell Liberty City, do it politely, be respectful, and be supportive and positive when you do it. That's the way you can help Vic. Other than that, I don't know. I'm waiting to bring you more information on it, but let's just say this was a hit piece that happened against Vic, and as soon as I can tell you more, I will. Dirty Dan says, take $20 Canadian. I don't know American dollars, but enjoy your whiskey. Rep Wiser Whiskey. Wiser Whiskey? Where do I get Wiser Whiskey? Cody Pog says, let's take a shot for my sister saying Vic looks gay. I can't do another shot tonight, buddy. Bradley Kuhn says, very calm stream. You put my bird to sleep. Hashtag free Vic. Dirty Dan says, link to the GoFundMe, baby. The GoFundMe is Vic-kicks-back. There you go. Kiroku says, this is the worst ASMR, 2 out of 10. What, you don't like my ASMR? Timothy Reaper says, correction. Monica and Jamie were in the room together while Ron was peeking out the closet. That's true. Ron Crossman said, I would have loved to see Jamie's face when he basically said he wouldn't hit it. Vic needs to remember the words of St. Walker, all will be well. Also, he needs to remember the words of, if she breathe, she a thought. Just only in anime. Asia Fraser says, have you heard Funny is doing a modern production of Julius Caesar with Vic as the lead? Monica and Chris are trying out for the role of Brutus. Travis Whalen says, a theory. He moved to Dallas. Ron was afraid. It's afraid. Oh, excuse me. Ron was afraid Vic and Monica were going to be meeting up for some side action, became an insecure chode. Yeah, Ron does seem like an insecure chode. Hence the wife beater. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you lawyers for being mean to my Monica. Show up in a suit, idiot. Yamifan1 says, I tweeted you about an issue that once again happened to Vic. BBZ says, number 15, Monica's foot lettuce. What is that? That's not Kermit. That's the other guy. No one important says, hey everyone, say hi to Kick Vic in the chat. Heart of Perpetual Ice says, have a shot of whiskey on behalf of me and the wife. Thank you for what you do. I will, but not tonight, buddy. I've had enough whiskey tonight. We're doing well. We're doing well. We're on pace to maybe finish this bottle on Friday. We'll see. Peter Vanit, well, because I'm going to end before it hits, I'll do one. I think I need the one more shot to finish this bottle before Friday or by Friday, which is when I'm traveling to invade a different house. That looks like more than a shot. We're going to give it a try. We're going to give it a try. This is for the chat. I do this for you. This is only to my detriment. That was more than a shot. Oh my God. Ooh. That's going to really affect me when I walk downstairs. Okay. Peter Vanitinger, thanks for the donation. Nascenda says, Dr. Cox taught me how to spot a liar. Vic's real sad. He is. Peter Vanitinger, thank you again. Malachi Tomlinson says, do you prefer Bob's or Vagine? Lol. Buddy. I prefer BV and A. I'm no discrimination here. Reek says, hi. Hey, buddy, how are you? Handsome Orc, oh my goodness, says, learning Jamie dubbed my waifu fills me with rage, the kind of rage that doesn't go away and keeps any future money of mine out of Funimation's account. Thank goodness. RXTTEN says, will the no context tweets be bad for Vic? No. Let me just suggest that there's some evidence coming that'll make the TCPA case just fine. Brian W says, it's too long isn't something a woman has ever said to Jadolph Lemoyne. Don't lie. Finfrog says, these long hours spent at conventions were conditioning for this depo. Blah. Yes, they were. Actually, yes, they were. Adonis Smith, thank you for the donation. Yolim Taze says, top 15 objection, non-responsives. Number 15, Vic Mignogna. Why is he asking about context? Is he seeing something not there with his Kiki Genkai? Weird. Jesse Kane says, why is the guy doing deposition foregoing context? Because it's convenient for him. It won't have much effect. Kyle says, do a shot. No. Take a sip, hit that jewel or whatever, you people. This is better than any episode of Law and Order. Drunk Nick is best Nick. Ogie G says, someone please say, she clicked a button with reply on it. It is absolutely tied to the original tweet. Do more Kermit voice. More John Volney as Kermit, I think. V says, believe that the Lord Jesus Christ died for your sanctification on the cross and you will be saved. Mulker3 says, are you being deposed, Nick? Show us how it's done. I am not currently being deposed. They're making a motion for it. And if they earn the right to do it, I, of course, will comply with a valid court order to depose me. And, well, I make no promises. Martin Reyes Englert says, Nick, can the convention show messages of threats from Ron or Monica's messages or recordings as evidence to Mr. Beard? They can. And if you are a convention owner who was muscled by any of these people, you should reach out to Mr. Beard immediately. I know you guys watch this show. I know you're watching these depositions. Reach out immediately because they should not have bullied you. Man of Martin says, Sam is greater than lemonade, much better lawyer. Midnight in Exile says, notice how differently Monica talked in Con, Haichu, Video, and Depo. Always acting, always hiding behind persona, just like Ron. Vic is genuine. Just like Ron, that's Monica. Period. Vic is genuine. I agree. Zeke Asakura says, writing partner. Don't that sound familiar, Monica? Come on. Oxygen Induced says, hey, buddy. Hey, back at you, buddy. How are you? Zero the Slayer says 12 people found without vital signs in Kyoani. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at the Kyoani thing. Maybe I can report on that tomorrow. It's hard to do live. It's hard to get live stuff. Indie Visualist says Lemonhead can be convicted of sex crimes if only the sheep could talk. A statement of fact even God does not want to know the answer to. Oh, come on. EEF says this shows how worried Casey was during Toye's depositions, objecting to almost all answers so he could try to get them removed. It was a disaster. TLJ Screwjob says Lemois sounds like a frog. Volney is Kermit. Baron Wolfsbane. Do you personally wear a tie to your video depositions? If so, I have something nice to send you. I don't, I'm not deposed very often. I'm not deposed often at all. But if you want to send me a tie to wear, you certainly are welcome to do so. Cesario JPN says, wait, Sabbath banned from con for inappropriate behavior to cosplayers? Looks to Anime News Network Answer Man column alleging one VA hooked up with cosplayers. Well, I'm not saying that that's Sabat, but I have good information that Sabat was banned from a particular con for inappropriate conversations with potentially underage cosplayers. Bruce Rodriguez says, do they have ramen up there in Minnesota, Nick? Yes, they do. At a couple places. There's the best ramen I've had in Minnesota is at a place called Moto Eat. It's in Uptown. And they have a pork belly ramen that is fantastic. They also have a, what is it? Like popcorn. It's like a popcorn foie gras or something. God, it's good. It's not foie gras. It's a popcorn soaked in like fat. Oh my God. Colin Archer says, love what you do, Nick. Vic doesn't deserve any of this crap. I agree. Also, Marky's lawyer sounds like that Burger King foot lettuce guy. SM Scorks 89 says, I thought John Volney sounded like Squidward, but looks like the Link's Elegy of Emptiness statue in Majora's Mask. Seriously, look at the two. Snarkticon DM says, someday we'll find it. The rape hose connection. Oh, goodness. Earjuice says, didn't like the first song. Fine. No, it's not that I haven't liked the first song. Earjuice, I am traveling, buddy. I haven't even listened to the first song yet. I will. I promise. I just have not had much time during the day. I will listen to the first song. It's not that I don't like it. I got another better Ron Soye Sheepdog music video out later tonight. Earjuice. Yo. Svenger McSpazzy. This keeps tipping more and more into Vic's favor, and good for him. Soon, as per Shield Hero lore, Monica will be renamed to Bitch and Ron Trash. Latintha says F to hashtag Sack Sabbath. Oh, goodness. Malidius says there's a higher chance of escaping the event horizon of a black hole than escaping Mars Girl's reach, but men will try desperately to do it. Snarkticon DM says Monica's crotch, a real with cheese. Oh, that is... Oh, God, that was gross. Kato Roan says, Books, Games, Pottery inquires, wait, Tammy told Vic he was fired because of the results of the investigation? I thought that investigation was inconclusive. Am I remembering wrong? No. Their testimony is very, very inconsistent with what they said. Days of Clarity says, will Ty use Vic's good answers from depositions? Of course. Again, to all of the drive-by lawyers on Twitter who are saying this is devastating for Vic, these depositions have been really damaging. All Ty has to do is make a prima facie case. They have to make a case for an affirmative defense, and I don't think they can do it from these depositions. But Ty can make prima facie cases for all of the causes of actions from these depositions. GR People says a suspected arson may have killed 12 in a Japanese animation studio. RIP. Again, I'll have to look into that and report on it tomorrow. No one important says all those names. Funny is going to clean house. Funimation. Sony is going to come into Funimation and fire all of you. Hey, Funimation, if you're not fired yet, contact me. Sony's going to fire all of you when this is over. Make no mistake. They have no patience for this. They're going to fire all of you. Get out now. If you're Funimation, if you're at Funimation, looking at you, Justin. If you're at Funimation, you still even have a modicum of heart left for Vic, get out now. Sony will fire all of you. Companies always fire everyone the moment litigation is done. Get your support out now. Get your support out now while people will still believe you. Because once Sony fires you, then suddenly you're like, oh yeah, I was with Vic the whole time, but I just didn't tell anybody when it mattered. That's not going to work. Trust me. Get it out now. Contact me. Jason Mazer says Moronica and Marchi equals hoes before bros, hangs before stags, pulls before bulls. Joshua Graham, it doesn't matter if they're full of SJWs. They will fire everyone who got them into a lawsuit stupidly. Snarkticon DM says, Ron is a valet. He parks the D's on Monica's butt. Gross. Big Hee Hee says, Vic, the Inferno Chad Mignogna. No One Important says, you hear that, VAs of Funimation? Karma is a bitch, huh? Fire Warrior says, well, Vic Mignogna is a legendary alchemist from the planet Vegeta who has an overpowered stand. Gym Leader Fern says, Chris Soybat tried to hide his skeletons. Sad. Oh, gosh, isn't it sad? Isn't it sad when he just couldn't do it? All Out of Bubblegum says, whatever became of that fake threatening from the convention down in Florida? Did that guy get in trouble for placing a fake threat? No, he didn't. Fairy Tale Master says, can you confirm J. Michael as Kick Vic? I can't confirm anything about J. I don't even know who J. Michael Tatum is. Devil Hunter Nero says, should I DM you that question for Ty we talked about? Sure. The Big Fee says, boomer moment. Is it wrong that I looked up burrito session on Urban Dictionary? I was expecting the worst. My imagination is messed up. Yes, that's wrong. You should get help. John Sharf says, everyone give the video a like because Vic just obliterated them. That was amazing. Gawker's Death Rattle says, for FYI, it's pronounced H-E, like the letter H plus chi. H-chi. I'm going to call it Eki. Dark1005 says, a baby, a cactus, and an open door, a Rekieta tail. Hey, we don't talk about that. Fancy Flight says, the tea got hot and spilled everywhere. My goodness, I can feel the heat from here. Yakose says, thanks for covering this, Nick. Thanks for not putting up with the poop whenever whether it be YouTube being figs or soy figs in chat. I stand with Vic. Hey, me too, buddy. Mr. DJ Fly High says, hey, Nick, now we have seen all the depots. What percentage can you say Vic has a chance of winning, especially against Ron, Monica, and Funimation? Winning, I don't know. Getting past TCPA, I give him good odds. I could be wrong, but I give, especially stuff is coming this week, I believe, that will blow your mind a little bit on this. So we'll see. Bad Vibe says, this case is about the fans. Vic has them. The other VAs hate it. They couldn't poison the fans, so they tried taking Vic out of the game. That's true. Asia Frazier says, Vic, Monica Jean is... No, I'm not going to do that. Monica Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl, maybe, who thinks that I am the one, but Ron Toy is not my son. I'm not going to disrespect Michael with an attempt. I can't do that to Michael. Doug Schuett says, Vic ain't homophobic. That's gay. George Lopez says, are you worried for a trap so they can depose you? No, I'm not worried for... Here's the thing. I'm not scared of the deposition. I will just, as a journalist, and as is my right to not be involved in litigation where I have no relevant connection, I will resist the deposition to the maximum legal effort. It's not about fear. And if they ultimately convince a judge in Texas and a judge in Minnesota that I should be deposed, well, then I'll be deposed. I'm not going to make it easy on these morons. I'm a journalist and they're after my sources. No, thank you. No, thank you. Minnesota has laws against that. But if they do, I will comply with a valid court order to go ahead and do the deposition. And then that will be the happiest day I can possibly imagine. Please waste all of your clients' money pursuing the deposition of me. Please do it. Please do it. Please waste that money pursuing the deposition of me. I have no fear. I've seen your competence, and I will be glad to drink whiskey during the deposition. Let's see. MS3 Bonnie says, I have videos of Sean Lemoyne sexually assaulting a toupee. Angela Aquino says, hey, Nick, my husband and I heart Vic, and we heart and appreciate you and Ty. Thank you. I heart you back. We enjoy the commentary and rants. They're hilarious, informative. My pleasure. My pleasure. EG says, thought Colleen Klinkenbeard stood for Vic. Wow. Maybe she does. We don't know. I don't have any statements from her. Dirty Dan, thanks for donation. That one guy says ASMR Bernie Sanders with the cold.
Listen. We're gonna have to take money from the rich and give it to the poor. That's what we're gonna have to do. That's what we're gonna have to do. We gotta do it as fast as possible. No, wait. I know I have 3 houses or whatever. I know my wife was making millions of dollars a year. Not me, though. The other rich. Please, no, please don't.
Jose M says, did you just take that shot like a B word? No, it wasn't like, well, maybe. Ryan says, just got back to my hotel room wasted. Think I got laid. Attaboy. Best kind of getting laid is thinking you got laid. Random woman didn't have me sign contract. Think I'm good. First donation ever. Save me, Lord Nick. Ryan, if she comes at you, hit me up, buddy. I'll help you out. Dirty Dan, thanks for the donation. Let's see. Scables, thank you for the donation. Infernal Iris says, I don't know. I don't see anyone being fired at Marvel Comics for the Wade suit. SJWs will hold on to that horse after it's long dead. Wade suit is very, very different. Very different here. Marvel is not actually being brought in. Funimation is. Reek says, doing good, not sleeping. Watching the dumpster fire. Something Mars girl didn't know. Reach for the sky was a figure of speech. Okay, and now on to the justice chats. A couple of these justice chats, and then we'll be done. I just chose the hackiest attack on Bernie Sanders. I expected better from you. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I haven't had time to formulate a Bernie Sanders attack, so I went with the default. Jeremiah Johnson says, I hear a lot of people say this thing is a left versus right issue, and only conservatives / the alt-right are on Vic's side. That's not true at all. I'm a lefty socialist. This is about the truth. I'm not even a big fan of you, Nick, but you're doing good work here. Also, Ron's a cuck. Jeremiah Johnson, why aren't you a big fan of me? I'm just a dummy with an opinion, just like you, buddy. And I don't mind lefty socialists. I disagree with them, and that's okay. I have tons of friends who are lefty socialists, and we get along just fine. And I will get along with you. Become a fan. Challenge me. I'm happy to accept it. Knight of Hopex says, J. Sean Lemoyne sounds like the Gestapo being played back through a brass horn. Gosh, I'd rather wear a burning tire than listen to this old bag of rats squawk into a lapel mic. If ears could scream, Lemoyne would be considered an ear terrorist. Good gosh. The letter Y says, I heard Vic was going to donate any money he gets from the lawsuit to charity. Hope it's a GoFundMe similar to his, if that's the case. No, it's he will be donating any excess money from the GoFundMe to a local Salvation Army battered women's shelter in Dallas County. As for any money he donates personally to charity, I can't speak for that. Zachin says, lawsuits are expensive. Legal insurrection. Gibson's Bakery awarded over $6.5 million in attorney's fees and expenses against Oberlin College. Yep, that's how it goes. Sheepdog and Ronnie says you should check out Lil Wayne's, Bieber's, or the defined photocopier depositions. Sometime hilariously bad. I have seen the defined photocopier's reenactment. That is very funny. Mythos Irving, I read that one. Dread Clown says, are we just going to ignore the weeb thermos Vic's been sipping on? Nope, you guys can talk about it all you want. Blue Samurai Zero says, if Funimation has archived security video of the lobby where these events are alleged, can it be subpoenaed? Yep, but they don't. Of course they don't. Knight of Hopex says, J. Sean Lemoyne should do TED Talks about how to sound agonizing and miserable when begging for things in difficult circumstances. There's a lot of freeloaders who could give up their game by adopting the West Nile method. Imagine all the raspy fanboys he'd have. Yeah, that'd be great.
Welcome to my TED Talk. I'm going to have to do it through a computer, after 5 minutes.
Goodman 4 says Vic got Caesar. Short Round says Ron, he sheepdog protect, he Twitter attack, and he also brings snack. Short Round's bad police advice 9. You don't need license or registration if you claim to be an Article 4 free inhabitant who is traveling, not driving. Hashtag West Nile will be in touch. Crusader Saracen says, love your work, Nick. Sorry, it's been a while since I donated because money is tight. Never apologize for not donating to me. Please, please. It is literally a donation and entirely at your goodwill that I get paid for this. Thank you so much. It's the best job in the world, and I appreciate every single dollar. Please never feel bad for that. And work has been killing me. Would you agree with Ty that Vic is one of the best deponents, or is Lemoyne just that bad? No, Vic did great. Vic did absolutely great in this deposition. Sam seems to do better. God bless you and Godspeed, my dude. Considering Vic was in this deposition for 6 hours, he didn't really blow up. He didn't break down. He didn't cry. He didn't do anything phony. He did fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Blue Samurai Zero says, if I buy DBS Broly, would Vic get residuals from that? No, these voice actors don't get residuals. They get a fist in the sphincter. Please find out. Unfortunately, it would mean others get money too. Also, asking for interpretation of statements out of context like a heretic preacher is an obvious trap. Show the vid to the jury. Yeah, no, Vic does not get residuals for his work. Neither do any of them. Crusader Saracen says, are you actually probably going to get deposed at some point? We'll see. We'll see how much they want it. I thought there were so many hurdles and hoops that possibility was remote at best. It is remote, but it depends on how much their lawyers are willing to work for free for the opportunity to depose me. We'll see. Dave Youngson, if I had to guess, no. If I had to guess, no. They may want to prove me wrong. They may want to prove me wrong. Dave Youngson says, if Soye is found guilty of defamation and or TI, would that affect his job? As he is no longer a trustworthy person? It should. I don't know if it will. Neil Purcell says, Lemoyne had a frog in his throat. Now we know who the frog was. Citizen of Yarman said, how in the hell is it possible that these VAs work and live like they are still in high school? That's what it comes down to. If you think about it, Vic appears to be one of the few of them who has a foot in reality. And that's because they've never been sued and no legal action has taken place in the voice actor community because they all went along with it. The Truth says, my name is Nick Rekieta and Jack Daniels is my favorite bourbon. Dang it! Ben Cheever says, when they do their motion for deposition, can Ty or you, if it gets that far, create a compilation of you ripping them a new one and enter that into evidence for the court to appreciate, as it's obvious they are using the courts for revenge? Slap them silly. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Mexican Comrade says, going dark here, bear with me. Mars Girl's arms are so long that she can bum tickle and wank off Juwario in the afterlife. Ooh, that is nasty. Nasty. Okay, couple more. Asia Fraser says, following Monica's depo, Nick, I know what became of that skunk you drowned. Ooh. Daniel Turla says, Nick, let's be honest, is it too soon to announce an outcome in this trial? Yes. What is the best case and worst case scenario here? Best case, Vic wins, is awarded $5 million in damages, and Funimation pays it. Worst case, Vic loses and has to pay everybody's fees. It gets appealed and dragged out for 2 or 3 years. MS3 Bonnie says, after Toye's endless non-responsive, I don't recall answers, did the tweets get authenticated by the judge? Yes. Maria Moon, thank you for the donation. Let me do this. Let me pull up the Whiskey Drinking Lawyer and start it up. Here we go. Let me turn it down just a bit. It's kind of loud. This is the sign. If you don't know, this is the sign that the show is ending. The show is ending. When I'm done talking, I will go blank and let the music play out. So the time to stop the super chats is now as I read the last couple. Maria Moon, thank you for the donation. Living Shadow 2009 says, sorry, only now was able to join chat. Has Jamie dropped Monica in it with one of her past tweets about how everyone at Funimation is with each other?
Maybe. CC Ria says, glad you like my GoFundMe Conslet Twitch subscription donation. Vic's cause is worth donating to it a second time. Thank you. And Jono NZ says, first super chat. Hey, thank you. Happy to break that virginity. Watch since Andy pre-fight. Keep up the good work. Oh, you've seen me do depositions then, haven't you? All right, guys. Thank you for joining me tonight. It is late. Long video. Ty Beard tomorrow night. Ty Beard. Join us tomorrow. Don't back down just because the depositions have ended. Come for the tie. Come ask your questions to me and Ty Beard about the case. Nothing too in-depth for Ty. I will answer what I can. Ty will answer what he is able to within the discretion of him representing a party in this thing. But we do definitely want to give you guys a status on the case. All right. Peace.
Perspective and spice to the mix, but the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed, so pour out a glass for the tea. Post on Twitter as we hear lawsplaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of
Hello, America and not America.